A grey mouse at this time in this economy? Yes. Surprisingly, or not unsurprisingly, surprisingly, yes, I'm here. Hello. Grey mouse badge of approval. That's a very good warm up for the day. A thing I can use as an asset, which I love. How you doing, Cryo? It is early. Oh. That transition animation maybe needs a little bit of work. It could be smoother. But yeah, the Grey Mouse badge. Seal of approval. Badge of approval? Either or. I'm gonna do it in my usual black pen color, and then I'll overlay it with a different color, I think. Okay. So, first off, we're gonna draw the mouse as per. I imagine a blue ribbon kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking like a kind of like something along those lines, like a stamp. And yeah, I'll make it just a PNG so that it could be used online, or when I actually make it an actual like rubber stamp kind of thing, I can use it for my uh, commissions and things like that. It's just quickly checking what day it was because I was like, I've ordered some more reference books and stuff, so they should be coming soon, like one of these days. And I was like, is today the day? Oh, voice cracked. That's how excited I am for reference books. Someone just reversing, as is their wont. It should be kind of new, the new grey mouse look. So with the goat's eyes. Just looking for the right circle. Something about this I'm not liking. Maybe Grey Mouse's face is too just squished, honestly. Just bring it all closer together slightly. Oh, and I just realised I'm still drawing without my drawing glove on. Not that it makes much of a difference, but it is useful. So, I should be using it. Let me unfold some of this icky. Yeah. One of these ears just a little too far off. Yeah, the goat eye grey mouse is unsettling. Yeah. A little bit. I love it. It's so weird. Because it leads a bunch of questions. It's like, am I a mouse? Am I not a mouse? What the hell is going on? These are slightly, like, these are the more obvious goat's eyes that I've done. With the previous model, he also had square pupils. These ones are just more pronounced. or like very obvious, essentially. But I do like them. Goat Mouse Ink. Yeah, Goat Mouse Ink. It almost like leads me to think that you're gonna say goat milk. Goat Milk Ink. I might do a mix of the old and the new. Because his eyes will be shut. Because then he's doing a cheeky thumbs up. Definitely feel like I need a warm up today as well. It's one of those days, you know? And also because it's early, like, I don't usually draw digitally this early. So it's like just getting into the process and the routine. Is there a Halloween mask? There should be. I should probably make one, shouldn't I? With the button eyes like the other mother. That would be really good, actually. That would be a sweet ass mouse. That'd be a good look. I was thinking, yeah, that or like put him in a little costume. But why not both? I could always do both. That's too high. Where does his body end? Or where does his shoulder begin? Sometimes I never know until I've drawn almost everything else. That just, the hand just feels off there. Because it's like curved outwards, almost. Doesn't need a tongue. Don't need a tongue in his mouth. There. This version of like my mouse looks like super soft and sweet. It's so weird the level of variation I get on the various different like versions of Grey Mouse. Also forgot the little rat bits. Little hair tufts. There we go. Shouldn't have a neck. Not like that one, anyway. Just a bit of a... Oh, posty man. I'm just holding out, waiting for a knock at the door. If I hear one, I'm gonna get up and move. I don't hear one. Okay, cool. The postman is not here for me. So my reference books are coming some other time. Maybe. I was going upstairs, never mind. Dang it, my reference books. Can do all that better. Now, let me just think. That's super sweet. That's like a very sweet look. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's fill it in. Fill it in with color. Because I'm gonna make it an actual stamp. And then I might erase out the bits that won't have color in them. Oh! Why did I think that was gonna work? Oh, no. Just gonna have to color it in. That's fine. Color in myself. Oh, I could do the stamp in, like, the stamp line work in white. And then it would be fairly obvious what is and isn't stamp. I think that's how it's supposed to be done anyway, so that's good. It's probably a very roundabout way of doing this, but hey, if it works, it works. No reference book today. Postman is leaving. Tragique. So sad. So tragique, so sad. Ah. I ordered them ages ago, but like I know that they've shipped now, and I have tracking information on them. It's just like it took ages for them to even ship, which was very weird. And they're from a trusted retailer, Dimmicks. So I'm not like worried about them not being trustworthy. It's just annoying because I want my books. I want my books now. I ordered a Castlevania art book, so the artwork of the Castlevania TV series, which is some of my favorite animation and artwork. And then also I ordered the compendium version of Invincible, the comic series, because I've been keen to read that for ages. So I just bit the bullet and ordered it. Okay, next thing. Next addition to the stamp. Big ol' circle. And then I move it because this is definitely not where I want it to be, and it is cropped. Damn it! I'm actually gonna let it like escape the bounds a little bit because I kind of like the way that looks. It's kind of fun. So the arms and stuff. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Not this set of arms though. This one can stay in. The ear and then the line worked arm, I actually kind of like them being outside of the circle. Which may not work when I do the next thing, which is fill all the line work in white. It's fine. It works, sort of. And maybe I thicken the line just a little bit. Because that's not bad, but it could be thicker. That's maybe too thick. That's only like incrementally thicker, but that's okay. That's alright. Alright, do I want to add anything else? I want to add writing, of course, but other than that. Do I add just cross-hatching, just for fun? Maybe. I kind of like it. I kind of like the hatching. I am, however, going to do it on a different layer, so then I don't actually have to worry about going over or exceeding the bounds. And I'll upload this onto Discord as well as a sticker. So then you all can use it as well, because that'll be nice. A nice wee addition. Oh, that's agony. That's agony to do. Lines like that so close. No way. Don't know how I feel about it. Especially those ones, they're not very, very good. Might leave the ears alone. Nah. No, you're not a huge fan of that. Nah. Hey, Frosty. Well, Mr. Maz. We'll be lurking for a bit. All good? Have a fun little lurk. Lovely to see you, as always. Whoop. Just making the grey mouse seal of approval. For commissioned artworks and things. Not commissioned artworks, for artwork and stuff. On my Discord and elsewhere. How's that look? I don't know. How does that look? I mean, that looks kind of nice. Kind of looks like a goat, but that's also fine, because we have we're leaning into the goat eyes. So I'm actually all about that. Just gonna have, shake up a bit of a drink and then drink. It's BCAA and creatine, it's not a MOSA. This early in the morning. For me, it is about 10:30 almost. Ugh. So I'm not drinking like... Actually, I don't drink alcohol a lot anyway, these days. But I'm not drinking a mimosa. Or a martini or whatever. Any shake-upable alcoholic beverage. Now I need to write. Normally for writing I'd go to Calypsseal to get calligraphy done, but for this I don't need calligraphy. Oh, didn't mean to hit enter. And for sure, I'm absolutely not using Anime Ace for this. I like Coyote. So my most like consistently used font is Coyote, semi-bold, which is this one, which I really like, but maybe it doesn't work for this. Hmm. And this color definitely doesn't work. I need it in the white. Uh, and are we going seal or badge? Let's go badge. Apologies all. We are going off the board. Off the canvas for a moment. Get it nice and small. Nice and real small. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Into the space. And then into the make it white. Perfection. I mean, not perfection. Look at that. Ugh. It needs a bit of adjusting. And then screen. Nah, too soft. Too light. I'm just gonna need to erase that shadow layer. Just doesn't work for this, for the writing. Oh, Torin! A raid so early in the day. Hello, 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 Torin. How you doing? Hello, welcome. I'm currently just making a badge, and one of my pieces of foam just fell over. I'm just making a badge for my Discord and stuff when people share their art. How you doing? Hold on, let's get a cheeky shout out for Torin, a dear friend. Is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? It does, sort of. Yeah, it does work. Yeah, I just looked over at my OBS and it does. How you doing? You were previously doing art. What were you making? Do you have anything to share? Hello everyone from Torrens community. I am Grey Mouse Inc. I am a Australian illustrator currently working on a comic. Currently working on a little badge, but other than that I am working on a comic based on a D&D campaign that never finished. And that's what I'm doing here on Twitch. I actually did some Stardew today, but finished some Art Friday. Oh, right. Let me go grab it. Yeah, please do. You're free to post links in my chat. That's totally okay. I don't think you're not going to get timed out for it. So yeah, feel free to drop it in and we'll check it out. There we go. All right, and would it be okay for us to show on stream? I always ask for permission because I think it's a D&D profile picture of a good streamer friend, and definitely amazing. Let me just shift things about and we'll jump to our post your art screen. where I will, Punga will show it up. There we go. Gorgeous. It's really cool. I really like this. Um, and it's clear like the character's got plenty of like character design and personality. Oh my god, the transition is so precious. I do what I can to make this whole stream a little bit of an integrated process. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, this is such a cool design, and I love the little details like the little like stitching on the leather pouch and stuff. It's very cool. And you know me, I'm a sucker for D&D character designs. They're always super cool. And as someone who is so heavily like ingrained in the D&D world, um, or so heavily influenced by the D&D world, I'm always impressed to see people's character designs and stuff like that. Been focusing on poses and figures, so trying. I mean, I get that. Poses are like dynamic poses and stuff like that are so much work. So I fully get that. It's really good to practice, but God, it's a ball ache when you do it. Same, you breathe TT RPGs. Fair. Yeah, they're great. They're worth it. They're worth sinking hours and hours of your life into. And I love the dog. The dog is super cute. And I love that it's a dynamic pose for the dog as well. Very nice work. We've just put together the badge of approval. I would stamp this with such an approval. But I haven't added that animation yet to my system. It's her doggo, Iro. Oh, what an excellent name. Yeah, love the stamp idea. Yeah. I'm going to animate it and mix it up so it basically just stamps when I click stamp, which would be fantastic. But until then, just got to keep working away. Though I am pretty much done on the stamp. Thank you so much for sharing this, Torin. It's super cute. Super lovely. Big fan of your work. And I must also say the colors, like the use of color, like very intentional, very purposeful. I love it. Nice, I'm so impressed with your work and upgrades on here. I do what I like. I really struggle to leave things how they are. I'm always like trying to add something else. And I always say that my ambition kind of outweighs my means a lot of the time. Same, yeah. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, well, the color composition is fantastic. Like nothing contrasts too heavily. I think that's something I've always really struggled with is color composition, and you've done a really nice job of it because it all works. You know, it all fits and makes sense. I had to literally say to myself on that profile picture, Torin, stop it, you're fine. Yeah, it's so easy to just keep going and keep going and keep going because you're like, oh, I've got an idea. Oh, maybe I could do this differently. Maybe I could do this differently, you know, and it's such an easy thing to kind of like such an easy hole to fall into where you're just constantly working on the one thing and not expanding out. Like, I mean, people who have watched me for long enough know that like my first panel of my comic took about 4 months because I was fixating on every little detail and every little thing. And so the first panel looks great, but it's also just like it took so long and it wasn't worth it for the amount of time it took. And then the amount of time sequentially that each other panel took was less and less because I was learning and then I was figuring out that maybe it doesn't make sense to obsess over certain things, but it's still such a hard habit to shake because I still haven't. Makes me so happy, feeling a bit lost, not sure the feeling, but yeah, you kind of feel yourself like sink into your work. I get what you mean. It's like, it's a consuming feeling, but it's also really sometimes kind of refreshing. Obsessing so much over the little details. Yeah, I'm trying to get better at that, but then, you know, I'll get like a panel like this one where I've just been obsessing over these frames where it's like I need to imbue personality and style and, you know, all these things that I've been learning, but I'm like, I need to force its way in here, and then as a result it takes ages to get done. Yeah, rewarding after the balance and purpose finally levels out. Yeah, exactly. Once you find a good balance, it all just kind of fits. And it all just makes sense. And things begin to suck a little bit less, essentially. In my head, that's what it is. It's like things suck just a little bit less. Because you, like, accept your work and you're happier with it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Oh, hold on. That badge is very skewed. Let me adjust so that everyone can actually see it. That's too far. There we go. And go, oh right, that's why I worked so effing hard. Yeah. It takes so long, but that's when I make myself look at like 3-year-old art. Yeah, exactly. You know, you never realize when you're in the moment. You never realize how much change and development you've gone through. And then you can feel like, you know, you can feel proud of yourself that you've made so much progress. But sometimes, yeah, when you're so close to it, it feels hard to recognize, much less frustrated, or at least, yeah, exactly. And that's like half the battle, isn't it? When you fixate, it's very easy to just get frustrated. That's, yeah. And it's also okay to be frustrated, but sometimes, you know, it's just gonna stop you from enjoying it, and that's kind of the most important thing. And Gramos, I hate to leave because I love it here, but I'm starving, so I'm gonna go get food. All good. Gotta take care of yourself after stream care. I fully understand. Go have some food. Have a good day. And I'll see you when I see you next. I'll be here all day, so if you ever feel like popping back in, don't even worry, because I'll still be here. It's such a cool but weird thing for me that I'm now working partially more on my comic, and I'm spending a full day on it, because that's what I'm doing today, spending a full day on the comic, with breaks of course, but mostly comic. Hey, a look. It's very good to see you. Oh, lovely to see you. Where is it? Oh, oh. I missed it. There's a little secret in the lurk message that I've been like keeping an eye out for. And so anytime somebody lurks, I'm just like, oh, where is it? And I'm like looking around on my screen and stuff. I'm always so excited about the little things that I've like implemented. Because they're the things I get most excited about like working on. But I'll see it. I'll see it. I'll see it again. There will be plenty of lurkers. Because I realized that basically I could, because with the comic there is actually references to lurking, and so I've implemented that into my stream overlay. So then it feels like the comic is kind of integrated in my own stream setup, which I really like, and it's more themed, in my own opinion. It's one of those things I really enjoy, just including. A mouse stream at a reasonable time. Is that legal? No, absolutely not. I am breaking multiple laws with this one stream. It's a very anti-mouse stream. How you doing, Loki? Did you sleep well? That's maybe too sharp of a cheek. Wretch doesn't really have sharp cheekbones, so just gotta make sure I keep that in check. Nope, missed it. Oop, what I hit? Wrong brush tool. There we go, yeah. Slept good, still haven't gotten the stickers, so hoping they get here this week, otherwise I will not see them until I go back up. Interesting. They should be there soon. Because like everything on them was... They send. We shall see. But it's also, I guess, a good test of shipping as well. Because they have taken a little while. Absolute worst case, I'll send my next shipment up north. And then we'll see how they go. Canada always takes a while. I've mailed something from Alabama to Canada and it took 3 weeks. That is weird. But then, I guess if that's Canada, that's Canada. Nothing that can be done there. But yeah, we'll see how we go. Worst case, I will just send more. It's fine. You will be back up in January. Okay, cool. That's not too long then. That's not too long of a waiting time then, even worst case. Easy as. And so, because as you know, the Bee's Knees Mead sticker will be available soon. I just need to, I need to set up the page on the store, but for you, I will just be sending them to you. Because, yeah, you're getting them anyway, so you get those for free. But then I'm also probably going to include some Dormouse Dumpling stickers as well, because it'll just be easier to print a whole bunch of these stickers and then just send them off. So I'm going to have you test out the Dormouse Dumpling stickers as well, and I'll just send them your way. Ugh. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually really happy with how the dumpling design turned out. They're kind of cute. They're kind of cursed. I can't show them on stream because Nev has been banned for less. But they are fantastic. Those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, join the Discord. Join my Discord and check it out because I am actually really happy with how they turned out. How this like design turned out. But it is definitely not safe for work. I'll be getting the print once I get back down, so feel free to ship them in that envelope. Oh yeah, fair. Yeah, Loki knows what I mean. It's super, like, I feel maybe too smug, or too, too, yeah, I feel too smug with how they've turned out, because I'm like, oh, this is so clever. I made, so the dumpling, but then because it's Dormouse dumpling, I made the mouse out of steam. But then because of the name and because of the running joke in my chat, I gave the mouse a dumpy, which fits into dumpling. I just need to, yeah, but so I'm like, but then I remembered that Nev sadly got like banned because of her raccoon like butt. So I'm just like, I'm not going to show it, I'll just talk about it. And that'll be fine. You never know with Twitch. Oh, Unizul, hello, 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 hello. And it's a dumpling. Yeah, exactly. How you doing, Unizul? How are you? It's lovely to meet you. I'm Grey Mouse. Welcome, Willkommen. I am a Australian illustrator who is currently working on a comic. It's about a D&D campaign that never finished. Or not a D&D campaign, it's about a character from a D&D campaign that never found resolution. His name is Ratchet. We also talk about dumpling mices. Mouse dumpies. You're good. How am I? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm having a good day. Today's my day off from my full-time work. So I thought, it's my day off. Why not work? And so I'm working on my comic today. So I'll be here all day and just slowly chipping away at panels and pieces because we're hoping to get chapter 2 out by the end of this year. Yeah. It's my day off, why not work? I love that saying. But yeah, I've been very, like, it's been very chill today. I went out this morning to have, like, a breakfast at a cafe and sketch and stuff, and that was lovely. So it's not been all work, I think. Oh, the irony. Yeah. Exactly. But it's one of those things because like for me the comic doesn't feel like work. It basically takes up like a part-time job time slot in my life, but it doesn't really feel like work. Out of curiosity, how did you find me? Were you just browsing through Twitch art and stuff? Or were you recommended by somebody? I always love when I get recommended. It's rare, but sometimes it happens. And if you were looking through art streams and stuff, are you an artist as well? If you are, is there anything you'd like to share? Don't know why I started with the ear. For me, I feel like the ear is like a good foundational point for drawing a face. I don't know why. Could be any other part of the body, but for me it's just the ear. Mass is Australian. he doesn't realize this is normal streaming time for most people. I don't. This is wildly different for what I'm used to. I have like, yeah, the midnight hour kind of streaming allocation. That might be too far. It's probably okay. It's probably. Operative word being probably okay. Is that going to be correct? I don't know. Probably not. It was another stream I was watching, and you mentioned being another Aussie streamer, and I got curious. Oh. And then I saw your art and stuff and thought it was pretty cool. Oh, thank you. Hey, Under the Moon. Hello, welcome. Welcome to my stream. How you doing? I wish it was the midnight hour. It's 4:30 a.m. for me when you normally start. Yeah, that's fair. For Loki, I'm like, my timing is terrible here for him. As an Australian, I just can't find a convenient time to catch Americans and Canadians. You're tired right now? That's fair. That's fair. I can respect that, for sure. Show off the first page. I love the that establishing shot. Yeah, I can do that. The establishing shot is great. It did take me like 4 months to do. If you'll forgive a lot of the writing, because you'll like... Actually, no, the first chapter is out. I can reveal the writing. That's totally okay. It will take a little bit of time to load just because it's a big page full of stuff. I've nearly finished an anime. I got to finish the last 5 episodes. What are you watching? What anime are you watching? Getting invested in it? Or are you getting invested in it? Or are you just BSD? I don't know that. I don't know that one. I'm slow. That's okay. That's okay. But this is our first panel. It does look good, and I'm happy with it, how it has turned out. But this is the very first panel of the first chapter. This is where I started. Almost, actually probably over a year ago today. I started on this. Oh, actually no, for this one, because I started on a previous comic, and it was in black and white. And then I restarted in color. And then this one panel took me 4 months to do. I just finished the vending machine anime. It was actually much better than I expected. I've heard that, actually. My life is a vending machine. I heard that's actually, like, not bad. Whoa, so cool. Oh, thank you, Uni. I do super appreciate it. Yeah. It took so much time, so much effort, a lot of work. But it was very worth it because it just looks so good. Where's my mouse? Where's my cursor? Yeah, but chapter 1 is available to read now on Tapas. If you use the exclamation point comic, you'll actually be able to get the link straight in here. Well, a bird flew in your window. Why was your window open for birds? That's not good. What kind of bird? Oh, onto, not into. Oh, okay. Better into the window than into your room. That's true. Yeah. That was my immediate thought. I thought it flew into your room. That's wild. Yeah. Can you imagine? Ugh. Yeah, I want to read it once I've got free time. That's fair. Yeah, I get that. Currently, so chapter 1 is only 10 pages. So a little bit short, in my opinion, and this chapter will ideally be longer depending on how much time I have. But we shall see. Also, I hate spiders and any flying thing. That's fair. Flying insects can be spooky. Spooky and unnerving. I get that. As an avid hiker, if anything ever like flies into my face, I'm always like straight into fight or flight mode. That's terrible. They just don't look right. Even flies. Oh. I mean, yeah, that's also fair enough. I hate spiders. I'm okay with like half of flying things. Yeah, bees. Bees are great. They can be a little scary when they're flying towards you, but you know, usually they aim to not hurt anybody. Wasps, though, ugh. Actually, it should really be like one of these, shouldn't it? Except not quite as dopey. There we go. Way better. I'm not too bad with bugs, I think. Some bugs, yeah, definitely dislike. Some spiders, depending on the way the spider looks, um I don't like, but usually I'm pretty okay. As someone who has told the story about how they've been bitten many a time by, well, how they've been bitten by a redback, I'm not I'm not the most afraid of spiders. I know, but I'm not necessarily fond of spiders either, to be fair. I hope to never encounter a wasp in your life. Fair, fair. I don't like wasps either. They're just mean creatures. Because they're pest control, essentially. Their whole evolutionary design is to hunt other creatures, like other insects and stuff. But if you get in their way, or if you're even like close to them, they consider that like a challenge. And that is unnerving. I hate wasps for that reason. I had a wasp sting you in the nipple once. Do not recommend. Yeah, that sounds pretty uncomfortable. That must have been awful. Yeah, it does sound very unpleasant. And now to think what needs to be adjusted. Maybe his neck. I mean, almost certainly his neck. It's too thick and not in a nice way. That's just wrong. I'll make a few adjustments. Because first off, his head needs to be less big. Less big. I'm back. How's the art going? Art so far so good. Finished the warm up and we're getting back into the comic. I was shirtless taking the trash up to the street. Hurt for like a week. I need a bath, but it's too late. You can bath at any time. Surely. There we go. And then remove this lump in the back of his neck because it looks pretty tumorous. We're slowly getting the right look for Mucker. That's terrible. There we go. Yeah, the wasp sting in the nip. No, it's too late for my nan to go downstairs to go to bathroom, so I can't have a bath in case you gotta go. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. In that case, yeah. Probably not. Oh well. As always, next time. That's just getting close to this work again. Get engrossed. And like I know some of it will be improved or fixed when it comes to the shadow layer, but I want to make sure everything's right before I do that. As best as I can be, you know. Only 2 weeks without having a bath, at least not 3. That's true, at least it isn't 3. That's true. Hey, Tio. Late night stream. Well, it's an early morning stream for myself. But yeah, I'm working on the comic all day today because I have a day off. So I thought, hey, why not do my job? Why not do my other job? Since I have the day off. It's a beautiful day. Why not work? Oh, nice. Love to hear it. Yeah, I have. So I get every second Monday off. So I'm gonna, like, I had originally planned on streaming, like, on these second Mondays, and then I just didn't get around to it for a little while. But I'm now getting around to it. Now that I have the time, you know? How's that look? Just doesn't look right. So mouse, are you a bathe in the morning or a bathe at night kind of mouse? I am a bathe at night kind of mouse. I like to, you know, it's my way of unwinding, I think, is that I like to have a shower or a bath in the evening, make myself some tea, and then I'll sit down and I'll watch some Prime streaming or some good stuff on Twitch, and then I go to bed. And I know pray I don't fall asleep in the bath. That's true. You're a night person. Yeah. Yeah. I feel that, honestly, like, it's just relaxing. So I like to just unwind at the end of the day with a bath. I feel like I'm just so not a morning person enough to like a shower or bath in the morning doesn't work for me, you know. It's just too much responsibility, and I just don't need that. Now how's that? That's tolerable. I need to stay up late time zones. Yeah. Yeah, fair. That helps just kind of provide an insight into where the head ends. I'm a night person unless I have something that day and haven't showered recently enough to be comfortable going out. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I'm definitely a night person. I get so much more done at night. I'm itchy as if I haven't changed in about like 2 months. Ooh, that's rough. Bathes before sleeping are amazing, so relaxed. Yeah, I feel so clean when I climb into bed. When your adopted father, who trained you in the way of the ninja, is also a Chad. Was? 2 months, those are rookie numbers, yeah. Never change. We be stinky here. I know. Gotta bump up those numbers. My brother forced me to change. No, no, it's fine. You change if you need to. It's totally okay. We're not actually like stinky people. We bathe. Trying to convince people that we're like very consistently normal and we bathe, and it's one of those things. Once a rumor starts, it's hard to stop it. We bathe, however, changing sheets not as often as I should. Yeah. Oh man, yeah, guilty of that. Holy fuck. I think I think the worst I've ever been was when I didn't change my sheets for a very long time, and then real just I say I stinky. Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. It's okay to be a bit stinky sometimes. Um, yeah, but the worst I've ever done was that I didn't change my sheets for a few months, and then only the stinkiest people say they're not stinky. That's a very fair point, isn't it? That's exactly what a stinky person would say, that they're not stinky. I swear, guys. I swear I'm not stinky. We're all stinky sometimes. Oh, yeah. I mean, Frosty would know. Frosty lives with a real stinky person. No, as I was saying, yeah, so I didn't change my bed sheets for ages. And then I saw a spider in it and I changed them immediately. And if that's any kind of incentive to change your sheets regularly, you'll get spiders in them. If you don't, it's probably a pretty good one. Or insects. Once you get there, that's pretty rough. Your last bed sheet is ripped. Oh god. Especially if the depression sets in and you wake up one day and go, was the last time I washed these was 4 months ago. Yeah, that's also a very easy thing to slip into. My last stretchy one. Oh no! It's not supposed to tear. What are you doing? You did exactly what you weren't supposed to do. You're stretchy. You're not supposed to tear. Oh, that's like a betrayal from your bed sheet. It's not supposed to do that. Does that look good enough to continue? I don't know. Maybe. My toe fell into it and made a hole. What? How sharp is your toe? How'd you make a hole and then it got bigger? Oh, well, that is just bound to happen. Do you have one of those, like, really pointy toenails? Because, like, how'd you tear a sheet with your toe? And that one could do with a bit of work, but that's pretty okay for now. I've got two main sets of sheets. One is t-shirt fabric, and I will usually sleep in your boxes. The other are flannel, and I only use those in winter, but it got to be in sleep clothes for that one. That's fair. I think for me personally, sometimes the feeling of flannel is just not a feeling I want to feel. So I usually, like, most of my bed sheets are just cotton. Just because there are certain fabrics I just don't like the feeling of. Though that does sound like it would be warm. Uh, but they do both do great at either cooling you or warming you up. Highly suggest the t-shirt ones for winter. Oh yeah. I don't like them much either, but they do great in winter in Canada. That's super fair. That is super, super fair. 4.1 stellar units above the Earth's horizon under the gateway is opening coordinates set right above your bed. Thanks for everything. You can finally go home. What if I just dip my toe? Yeah. Yeah, good question. Dip my really sharp scalpel blade toe. How is your toe that sharp? T-shirt for summer, not winter, my bad. That's fair. That makes sense. Yeah, you want like a nice breathable fabric for summer, for sure. That I fully get. Um, Speaking of, I should probably switch out my bed sheets, actually. On the anime topic, did you start any of them yet? I haven't yet, but I will be soon. I think I'm probably going to start with Steins Gate. Just because I've heard so much about it. So I have to, I think. I can't not start with Steins Gate. I just put a double on your bed. That's fair. 2, 2, 2. Good choice. Yeah. Great choice. Yeah. I'm keen. I'm keen to start. Did I watch One Piece? No. I'm done. I'm done with One Piece for now. I'll get back to One Piece later. But I'm just not gonna keep watching it for now. Your bed now looks fully white. Amazing. Trying so hard to not watch any of Jobless Reincarnation Season 2 until I show Moni, but the allure is too strong. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Because you really enjoyed the first season, didn't you? Moni just gotta get back on that. Get to it, Moni. What are you doing with your time? Other than, art and ASMR. Nothing. You can watch anime. No, it's totally fair enough. People be busy. I've been watching a bunch of skipped content videos and it's just making me want to see it more, that's also fair. Yeah, that allure will be very high. Oh, Loki, Giguk did a review saying the pacing changed from season 1. Very random, mainly because I don't think about what type. Really, whatever's in my head, I end up typing it. That's fair. That's okay. Oh, God. I think that's pretty much everything, other than the door behind both of them. But where are we? So there's that. You just get this right. There we go. Like when I scream about random stuff, I type before I think about what I actually do. That's okay. We all got plenty of stuff going on in our heads. It's easy to, easy to let that be bottled up. No need to bottle it up. The only Giguk I watch is the X anime in Y minutes, and only after I've seen the show. Nods. That's fair. And I haven't taken my pills in 4 days. Not good. That is probably not good. No. Darling, the Franks is in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes is still your favorite. Too much energy. Hey. That's chill. That's wrong. It's a wrong sketched line. There we go. Slightly better. There we go. This doesn't, hold on. Yeah, that definitely feels like the wrong angle for that door to even be at. I draw on phone. That's cool. Okay, that's slightly better. Angle-wise. And we wouldn't see much from this angle, really. Just the oven and the door. Actually, that angle doesn't even make sense. It should be coming in from, like, there. And then even then, should it? I'm just gonna leave it. If I feel the need to add that stuff inside the door, I will. So it doesn't matter. Hey, nice. Just, yeah, slowly checking things that are going on. Luckily, my work colleagues have not messaged me, so it's so consistent, but like basically any time I have a day off is always the day I get like the most messages. It's all like that's always the way in it. Is that like the day you're actually off for the day, you get just a ton of messages and requests, and people need you, and the office is on fire and things like that. And they're just like, great mouse, help. How do you create a Dropbox? And I'm like, I'm busy. They're like, please, we're dying. And I'm like, sorry. Grey mouse cannot come to the phone right now. But it's only a matter of time. Alright, yeah, I need to... move my sheet. There you go. And then with that logic, the door shouldn't be there. Which is good. It gives me an idea of what I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm completely in flat colors too, so nice. Completely in the wrong layer. No. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine. I gotta get this. That's fine. Our Returner's magic should be special gotten adaptation. It's like the hottest webcomic ever. How? Why? I don't even know what that webcomic is. But I guess good for them. So how high? Okay, so top shelf, top of the door. Essentially. That's bad. Because it should get smaller the further away it is. As is the nature with art. I can binge last season's anime when I go back down, looking forward to that. Yeah, nice. That would be fun. Nice little unwind. Too far in the wrong way. There we go. Is that what we're looking at? Nah. Just gotta lower it. I say, still having to basically remove it. Just because it's not right. Yeah, cool. And that is good enough. As I go on and add more. But I need to add a roof. Because this place should have a roof. Oh. There we go. I can play the Metal Gear Collection Volume 1 at 4 AM on the 21st. Sadly, I have stuff on the 24th and 25th in the morning, so I can't just jump right in. Oh yeah, that's fair. Also really hoping Volume 2 doesn't take too long. I want to play Metal Gear Solid 4 on your Xbox. Yeah! It shouldn't be a problem though, you should smash through it. Knowing how quickly you got through Diablo. Like, the Diablo season. And I'm not mocking you there, you like really like launched through that, and the amount of content you had, you made light work of it. For sure. So I think you can do that. I think you'll make it. Even if it is long, I think you'll do it. You'll make it. Ah, my foot. I got pins and needles in my foot. Ah! 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 I'm okay. Ah! Fuck, I hate that feeling though. The roof is all fucky. It's not straight. And that bothers me. Because it would descend, but yeah, in a believable way. There we go. We're good. We're good. What have I forgotten? We're mostly pretty good, other than a few minor things. Oh, good news, I can use my Microsoft rewards to buy D4 season passes so I don't have to spend cash on them. Yeah! Nice. That's good. That's a bargain. Oh, pardon me. Okay, so that needs to be there. And then on top of that, I think I need to make his little hair thing just arc. Just a little bit lower. There we go. And to coloring. While I fix up just a few little lines. That should be enough, yeah. To coloring, yay! Yippee! Alright. Zoom out, let's grab the colors. First one, the most important one, is just the brown that most of these parts are. I love Microsoft rewards. Not only do I get 10% back on the stuff I buy, but I can also make around $20 worth of credit by spending like 5 minutes a day doing stuff. That's pretty good. Yee! Yee. Love that energy. Just filling these spaces. Is that everything? Probably not, but close. Thump. Alright, hit the stuff we missed. Oh, right. I know why. Nah. Frickin'. My poor shelf. It's gone. Oh, grey pup colours. Pup colours. Colours of pup? Is someone messaging me? Shut your mouth. That's work. They're talking to me. They need something done from the mouse. And I say nay. Oh, it's no longer splotches. Sad. I don't understand. I mean, I'm sure I will in a second, but like, I don't understand. Is it colors for Mitsu? Where's my brush? Big van? No, but I know that big van. It's not a van full of my art reference books. So I'm mad. Mad about it. There's got the Grey Mouse seal of approval. In the past, when you started coloring, you would just do splotches where they went and work outwards. Yeah. Yeah, it's no longer splotches. I don't do that style anymore. So, someone came into the stream and showed me a way that was slightly quicker at coloring. So I do that now. We've grown. We've grown beyond the splotches, which is a little bit sad because I did like the splotches, but. Yeah, we got this method now, which is basically just the magic wand tool. And it is much quicker. It just makes this process a lot easier on me as well. Which I'm always for, because I'm not saying that I'm lazy, but I can be. Oh, I colored in Ratchet's hair the wrong color. I'm a fool. That's the color that it's supposed to be. The wool is supposed to be that color, not Ratchet. Oh, that's the wool. Keep getting confused and hitting the wool. There is still a little bit to like fill in. Fill tool, yeah. Yeah, there is still a little bit to color in and stuff with this fill tool like method, but it does make the process just that bit quicker and easier, which is very useful. Oh, you're not the right thing. And like, I'll always have to fill in Ratchet's eyes. Anyway, because he doesn't have like eye breaks, or like his eyes aren't closed off, essentially. So I have to fill those in anyway, manually. But it does make the process so much quicker. Faster in theory, yeah. Yeah. But don't worry, I will find a way to make it inconvenient for myself. That is a grey mass guarantee. Where is just a bit of Ratchet's flight helmet? We shall see how it turns out in practice, but in theory, faster. Oh, Mucker. Part of his face. I have faith you can do it. Yeah, I'll find a way. I'll find a way to make this system slower. Slower and less convenient. Oh, my name isn't Gramoose. Gramoose Bippin Boppin Moose. Because like that, yeah, as you can see, there are like little spaces that are just white and they're just really hard to reach with this lasso tool, even if I expand out the reach. There it is there. Alright, now for the painstaking task of filling in those little divots. But then again, like, doing this is so much quicker than the other way. Because I would be filling in these little divots everywhere. Essentially from start to finish. Here it's just like a few corners and stuff that haven't been gotten. Just looking for wedges in corners that need a filling in. Maybe I should have the helmet curved down a bit to meet Ratchet's head. Because right now it's just like sitting on the top of his head. It doesn't feel right, for lack of a better word. Which is fine. There are always going to be there are always going to be things to fix. Scanning the area. Scanning the area for little white spots. Alright, we're good. Good spot-wise. I'm about to make my life slightly harder, but that's okay, because that's part of my own job. And I made it just pointlessly hard because I didn't mean to color pick green. It's not the color I wanted. I wanted just black. There we go. And erase this one. Also because it's no longer a vector layer, because I couldn't keep it as a vector layer for some reason. It doesn't erase. It erases like normally, which is actually ideal for this, just because I want it to be precise, whereas you would usually, like as a vector layer, it will erase up to another line, essentially, which is useful and convenient for certain sketching, but just not for this specifically. I do need it to curve just a little bit more. It's leading me to wonder, do I even really need a vector layer for the line work? If it would just be easier to erase, but I don't know. It varies, because it does actually straighten out a lot of my lines, which is good and useful. But it depends. Oh, that was bad. Bad filling in. I made that mistake again, but I can just... There. Okay, what else do I need to do? I need to add those bottles. Best to just do it now, while I'm working just in flat colors as opposed to shadows and stuff. Okay. Top left. Orange and green. Where's my brush size? Orange. Done there. Green. Done there. pink second line. Last one, brown, but it's one of those short bottles. Cool. And then we just go back and we fill in what can't be seen. Nice. There we go. Now on to shadows, as is the wont. Shadow layer. Oh, and then I just set to a multiply and I pick out a warm, a light warm color, which is, it's almost practically just white. And then I dive in to any point that's slightly too light, so slightly darker, but still with a bit of vibrancy, so that we still get those warm colors, and then we go through the warm colors, or the warm colored items with shadow. And now after we've found a much quicker way of doing the flat colors, this is probably the most complicated layer to work on, because this one adds depth, but it's also quite fiddly. Because if we do this wrong, then depth will be weird. We'll get a weird looking depth. There you go. It looks fine, but it could look better. It's good, but it could be better. Oh, Zid is going live? Yeah! Nice. I've gone live in Zid's time slot. Gotcha, sucker. This is Grey Mouse time now. I'm back. Also, I sent art. Ooh, cool. Yeah, so I'll have to hop around between you two and boot up my PC and use 3 monitors. Oh, shit. Well, good luck with that, Loki. Under the moon. Would you mind if I mean, actually, I'll quickly just check. I haven't opened my Discord. Oh my god, hold on. Give me a moment while I open up my Discord. All good? You're happy for me to show it? Beans. Just quickly wave as well. Ooh, cool, 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 cool. These are super cute. Hold on, let me... I modded for 3 people at the same time. It's not fun, but it is doable. Yeah, it's doable. Definitely does sound like a lot of work. Now, jump to post the art. Punga, you don't have Discord open. There we go. So, super cute little, like, style. I like it. Yeah, and I love the colors on this one. This one's very cute. Love the pose. Very, very cool. That one's it's traditional. You can see it's drawn colored and stuff. It's very, very cute. And we got a schoolgirl, which is super cute. Yeah. Yeah, lovely art. It's super nice. Yeah, this is lovely. Yeah, and the coloring is really good. I'm a big fan of the work. It's very cute. Very good style. I'm very excited to see what you have to show off as we go on. Very cool. And like very nicely drawn hands as well, which is like very hard to do. It's very hard to draw hands well, so you've done a good job there. Drawn... Oh, you did these... Like, these were the ones that you did on your phone. I mean, that's even more impressive. That's awesome. The fact that you've kind of like... Because, like, I can't imagine it would be easy to draw on your phone. So you've done a really nice job with that. Color me very impressed. I need to add the animation for Grey Mouse Seal of Approval, but this one definitely would get it. That being said, they all would. All fantastic art. I feel like I should also update my show my art page or wall so that I can have a little more dynamic animation. Thank you so much for sharing those, Under. What? How would you like me to say your name? Because, like, I should shorten it. Under the moon. Moon? Under? Moon? Moon is probably pretty good. Yeah. Alright, well, I love that art, Moon. Thank you so much for sharing it. It's very, very good. Get that Grey Mouse tick of approval from me. As you can see in the top left-hand corner, we finally drew together our Grey Mouse badge of approval for art pieces that are sent through that are super good. They all get that badge of approval. Just to signify that you posted art that Grey Mouse liked. And as Grey Mouse Bot says, can only be done through the Discord. And by that I mean it can be done pretty much anywhere, just with a link. Doesn't need to be through the Discord, but it always helps. And we got a nice community, so why not join? You know? Hey. Cute little emote. Also, my pet rat died last week ago. I miss her. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. What was your rat's name? Oop. Oop. Keep hitting the button accidentally. Oreo and Katie. They were both old. Oreo went first, then Katie. Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear that. Those are both very lovely names for rats. Uh, and I'm sure they were very loved in your household. So I'm very sorry to hear that. But I hope you're doing okay after their passing. I know you miss them, but hopefully, yeah, you're feeling not necessarily okay. It's totally okay to grieve, but feeling like you're feeling better. Totally creative with Katie. You know, I had guinea pigs, and I named them Max and Sam. So like, it's totally okay. Totally okay to have whatever names they're gonna be, but it's a nice name, so you can't go too far wrong with that, you know? You're doing okay? Fair enough. Oreo for a black and white one. So creative. That's great, though. That's fitting. And it's a super cute name. So no qualms here. No quibble from the mouse. My name is literally Grey Mouse, so like, you know, I had two mice as a kid, Inky and Paige, one black and one white. That's so cute. Those are some really good names, especially like from the color coordination. Very impressed. I can't believe you've only told me now that you had a mouse called Inky as well. You've known me for a year. My name is Grey Mouse Inc. No, I love that though. That's such a good name. I mean, those are all good names, to be completely honest with you. Also, my nan has a dog, parrot, cat, hamster, and some rats living somewhere in the house. Oh wow, that's a that's almost like a farm, more so than a house. But good on them. I like a place that has a lot of animals. You know, there's always something going on. It's never boring. I had forgotten they were for a fourth grade science equipment that you kept after. Oh, that's fair enough then. We used to do 3 rats, 3 dogs, 5 cats, 3 birds, 2 hamsters, and a snake. Damn, that is a very lively household. Also, like, quite dangerous as well. Like, because there's a snake and some rats. Have. Oh, yeah. Have not do that. Yeah, I get what you meant. And cats as well. Cats and rats. I mean, surely very responsible household to be able to keep that all managed. So, props to you guys. The cats knew not to eat the rats. That's good. That's good. I used to have a lizard and 3 cats, and one of the cats was so like enamored with with the lizard that we were always very worried about it getting into the cage and into the enclosure and causing problems. So the lizard stayed in my room, and that cat wasn't allowed in my room ever, essentially. The snake was given to your cousin. That's fair. Yeah, but that's quite the household. Do we go all the way down to the neck with the shadow, I wonder? Maybe. Maybe. God, I am a caffeine addict because I'm in my head. I was just like, I could go for a coffee, and it's been like, oh, it's 12 actually. I might do a coffee later, but it's like I had a coffee at like 9, so surely I'd be okay to not have a coffee. But my brain's just like, hey, you could go for a coffee. I'll do one later. We'll do a break in a few hours, and then I'll get a coffee. I'm gonna just do the maths on my pets. My nan's had since I lived with her. Oh yeah, some big numbers there, I'm sure. Two scoops of caffeine drink mix when I wake up, another 2 scoops an hour later, then another 2 scoops every 4 hours. I'm up. Yeah, that'll definitely wake you up. 32 pets, holy shit. That's a lot of pets. Like a lot of pets, damn. Impressive. Those are not rookie numbers. Those are top tier numbers. That's a lot of pets to take care of, holy crap. I mean, not all at once, sure, but still, in total, is still a lot. Three plus 3 plus 5 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1 plus 5 plus 3 plus 2 plus 5. I won't say which is which, that's fair. Not all at once. Yeah, no. But still a lot of numbers. Still a lot of pets. I mean, 5 at one time is a lot. And to do that 3 times, so 3 times there were 5 pets in the house, that's still a big commitment to animals. Which I do, like, I love animals. I maybe wouldn't have, oh, maybe I would have 5 at once, but it's still a lot of work, a lot of dedication, a lot of early hours to take animals out to pee, if you got dogs, or to feed chickens and things like that, because I had chickens, and they were lovely, but you had to wake up quite early to feed them and stuff, and let them out, and then put them away, you know. Probably a lot more. She told me the dogs she used to have. Just add them. Yeah, that's fair. Just add them to the total. sitting hunched forward. Hold on, let me posture check myself. Currently I have 4 cats and 2 dogs between the 2 houses. Ooh, yeah. That's still a lot. So that's 6. Which is a lot. Yeah, 48 with her old dogs. And some fish. That's fair. I would still count fish. They're not like the most high maintenance pets, but they still do require care. So, definitely countable. Stretch me back. Okay, what else do I have to do? What else has warm shadows? The background, so I'll need to go back through and shadow that. But other than that, just this hand. The background, and then cold shadows, then highlights. See, the job never gets necessarily quicker or easier, it just has... the process just gets more streamlined. Slightly more streamlined. 4 in Canada and 2 in America. That's fair because your mum is up in Canada, isn't she? So there's someone to take care of them, like that amount of cats. Yeah. Started with 6 in Canada, but it has been 7 years now. That's fair, yeah. In 7 years, things are gonna happen, pets are gonna pass away. But that's still, like, admirable, you know? Very admirable. I had my lizard for 7 years, which is longer than most lizards live. And I still felt bad when they passed away, but like the vet even said, like, you actually did an amazing job. You took care of this lizard for a really long time. Most lizards don't live this long in captivity, and it's like, oh, I mean, it's not really a consolation, but it's still nice, like, sometimes nice to know. His Majesty Lord Mouse, how are you? I'm good, how are you? Someone is always at each house. Yeah, that's fair. And it's good to have someone at least at one of the houses, especially if there are 4 pets in one of them. Ugh. Just currently having a sip. Have a drink. Having a drink, having a dram. You're well playing Borderlands 1 for the first time and you love it. Yeah, nice. Borderlands 1 is good, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. I know I definitely enjoyed it when I played it. So I'm glad you are enjoying it. I think it's like what was interesting about Borderlands 1 was relatively popular. I don't think it was nearly as popular as Borderlands 2. But Borderlands 1 was really interesting because, like, in its infancy, it's just starting to get an idea of what it wanted to be. And so it's this wild kind of wasteland game, but it was also trying its hardest to set itself apart from Fallout at the time, because Fallout was widely very popular at the period of time when Borderlands came out. So it was like, we need to be different, and then it decided to go the kooky route. But it doesn't do... I've heard mixed opinions about pre-sequel and 3, but from what it seems like 1 and 2 are great. 1 and 2 are fantastic. 2 is incredible. Pre-sequel is better than 3 to me. Yeah, pre-sequel is good. It's like fine. It's pretty much more of 2. It's basically a Borderlands 2 DLC, but the story isn't quite as exceptional as 2. Borderlands 1 is great, but it's almost essentially a prequel to 2. And Borderlands 2 is the game. Both are mid compared to 1 and 2. Yeah, and that's very fair. That's a very fair way to put it. I think 2, like, in my head, 2 is the main game. 1 is a prequel, and then the pre-sequel is a prequel to the main game. And 3 you can just kind of ignore, unless, there are some positives about 3. I think a lot of the, like, gameplay is better now that it's been improved. When it on release, it was buggy as shit and laggy as shit, but now I think it's a lot better, a lot smoother. But story, you don't go to 3 for story. By cookie, do you mean humor? Oh, kooky, do you mean humor and dialogue? Yeah, so 1 is still, like, kooky and unique, but it really ramps up in 2, and they actually find, like, a nice rhythm and groove to it all. Whereas with 1, it's kind of more testing the waters of that. Now, Tales from the Borderlands is also good. I put it between 1 and pre-sequel. Yeah, Tales from the Borderlands is really good. Or between 1 and 2 if you like Telltale games. Yeah. Yeah, I think Tales from the Borderlands is really good. I think they ruin a lot of, like, if you like Tales from the Borderlands, 3 kind of ruins a lot of those characters, which is tragic. Plus 2 has Jack. Yeah, 2 has Jack, one of the greatest villains in modern gameplay. But yeah, like, because, like, you get the characters from Tales from the Borderlands, or some of the characters from Tales from the Borderlands in Borderlands 3, and their characters are almost like stereotypical versions of their characters, like their characters which had much more depth in Tales from the Borderlands. And Troy Baker voices one of the characters in Tales from the Borderlands, and his character is great, but he doesn't come back for 3. So it's a different person voicing Reese. And it's not the same. Like, it's not Troy Baker, and you can tell it's not Troy Baker, and that's just really hard to listen to. Oh, really? So both games can't coexist together peacefully? Sort of. Jack is prime because both Tales and prequel have him. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Jack in his prime is definitely 2. He's awesome. He's awesome in 2. He's completely unhinged, but in a really enjoyable way. So yeah, defo. 3 is just not very well written. That's the thing. And so a lot of a lot of the good that came from Tales from the Borderlands is kind of ruined through 3. And it's a little disappointing. Oh yeah, I remember that mission. Yeah, it wasn't kind to the characters. Yeah, exactly. It was like, had like one section of Tales from the Borderlands, like, it remained loyal to like one section of each character. Like, Vaughn being like super muscular, underneath his like nerdy attire and stuff. But then that's just his character. He's just a bro dude who looks like a nerd, and that's it. And then Reese's character, like, Reese's character in Tales from the Borderlands is fascinatingly interesting because he is, and I don't want to go into spoilers, he is, he's just trying to get a promotion, and he's pushing for a promotion the entire time, but he's got a great deal of depth. In 3, he is, I have a mustache. That is his entire character. His entire character in Borderlands 3 is, I have a mustache, and that is it. And it's like, wow, you really diluted this character down to nothing. Which is so tragic, like, tragically heartbreaking, because it's like they actually forgot how to write likable characters. But yeah, enjoy 1. 2 is fantastic. Get ready for 2. I think you'll love it. Actually, knowing you, Zombie Slayer, you'll love 2. So, but do 1. Finish 1, because when you play 2, it'll have so much more meaning to you. You'll get references that you might not. In previous ones, you'll know characters that you didn't know, that you wouldn't know necessarily if you played just 2. So yeah, basing your entire personality off of one thing is very, very fucking annoying, even for things I like. Yeah. Also, Scooter was great in Tails. Yeah. Yeah. He was. Ooh, and I should also say the DLCs for 2 are also great. And we get in Tales, because I just remembered that because I remembered Shade, who is such a like fantastically unnerving character. Um, yeah, Scooter is great in Tales. He's fantastic. I think Scooter's great in general. I really liked him in 2. Catch a ride. He's so good. Um, I love Lord of the Rings, and there's a Lord of the Rings Easter egg in 2, and I'm excited to do that. Yeah, yeah. There are plenty of Easter eggs in 2, actually. They go ham with it. There's a Dark Souls Easter egg that's actually really hard to get to, but there is one. They make a lot of references, but they're really, like, they're the kind of references and Easter eggs that are, like, paying homage to a thing. They're not actively mocking tropes and stuff, which is actually really, it's a really pleasant thing to see with Easter eggs. You know, you rarely get to see them sometimes, like, Easter eggs that are just harmless fun. They do that a lot in Borderlands 2. And they're some of the best parts of the game sometimes. That being said, the game is still fantastic. Tiny Tina, love her to bits in 2. I think she's awesome. I haven't played enough of 3 to see Tina again, but I'm sure she's fine. But yeah, she's awesome in 2. And I love Ashley Birch. Ashley Birch as a voice actress is fantastic. She's just so good. To me, I think Ashley Birch is like the Troy Baker of female voice actors. And that is to say that she's just an incredible voice actor. So I shouldn't even really compare her, because it's not really a comparison thing. She's just fantastic. True, but I loved him in 2, trying not to spoil it. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh my god, Shade in 2, fantastic. Oh, and Scooter in 2, also fantastic. Yeah. Just all the characters are fantastic. In 2, so many of the characters are fantastic. I actually really liked Ellie, who was just like so fucking weird, but also good. Oh, and Moxie. How can we ignore Moxie? Or how have we not talked about Moxie yet? I'm like so close to just randomly falling asleep. Fall asleep, buddy. Just do it. Just nap. Take a nap. You do what you need to do. Listen to your body. Do what it's saying. Just do it. Tino is one of your favorites. Also, Mr. Torg. Torg is great. I didn't get to play a lot of him, but I liked what's his name? The psycho that you can play as. But I don't wanna. Okay, then grab a coffee. Grab a coffee. Stay awake. You do whatever you want to do. I'm not gonna force you one way or the other. His name is on the tip of my tongue. What is the psycho's name? I'm the conductor of the poop train. Him. Please, for the love of God, do not say poop. Do not say poop. Because he's got the inner monologue in his head, which is like completely sane. And he's like, this is Krieg. Yes, Krieg. Like so cool. Such a cool character. I actually might even play through Borderlands 2 again just to play Krieg, because I want to hear his inner monologues, because they are really cool. Because he is a psycho for Zombie Slayer, for who have played the game. He is a psycho, so he's one of those guys who just screams and shouts and runs at you. But with this one, he's a playable character. He's a character you can play as, who has like berserker rage and stuff like that, and he's a character who is more focused on like melee, but his inner monologue is sane. And so he talks to himself in his own head, and it's sane, and it's almost haunting how sad and there's regrets and pain in the stuff that he talks about, especially Tina and her game and what it says about her character. Trying not to spoil again. Yeah, the Tiny Tina DLC is so good, such good storytelling. I can't. The old man will wake up. Pain. Oh, I'm sorry. Then just I don't know what other methods there are for staying awake, but do them. There was also the Minecraft Easter egg era. Oh yeah, there were like a ton of Minecraft Easter eggs, like weren't there? Like the Joker. No, no, no. He's like he wants to be a good guy, and he's actually slowly like he's come to realize that he will never regain his sanity completely. Um, and then he talks about things in the world that are, and to not to spoil anything, you're gonna just have to see it for yourself. But like, he talks about the world in a way where he had a life before everything, like everything that happened to him, and he almost, the way he talks about his experiences is that he's almost a victim in stuff in this situation, in that these things almost just happened to him, and yeah, it was like his, not his fault, but like beyond his control as well. And it's this hauntingly beautiful kind of exploration of what it is to be human, almost in a sense. And the character development was like perfect. Yeah, you go in a bed mood. If you go to bed, have a good sleep. I'm not gonna push you one way or the other. You do you. You do what you need to do. Other than like a tragic hero. Yeah, that's a really good way of describing it. Tragic hero. In his announcement trailer, the siren, Maya, is in it, and he's like, his inner monologue is just like, oh my god, it's the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. She's a siren, so she could kill me with her mind. It's like, she's a siren, so, which means just one thought and she could kill me with her mind. Tell her you need her. Tell her that you need her to save you. And please, for the love of God, don't say anything about poop. And then his actual voice just goes, I'm the conductor of the poop train. And then his inner monologue's just like, oh, God. And it's so good. Man, I love Tina, so well done. And too, I also like how they go into why characters are how they are. Yeah, it's like, the world is so verbosely unique and kooky, but it still has that grounded reality to it that actually makes it like undeniably human, and I love that. I love it. Every character has a reason to do what they're doing. Some of those reasons are less reasonable than others, but still reasons. And it's so cool. Yeah, we love Borderlands here. We love Borderlands. It's such a good game, and it makes me want to replay it. But I would need to play it co-op because I want to, because super enjoyable alone, but also very enjoyable with co-op. Yeah, it might be. I'll add it to the what's it called, the vote for the next game. Oh, pardon me. Just burping into my hand. Okay, now we can actually finally get on to Cold Shadows. Just hit the point that I need. Ah, my foot. I feel those pins and needles again. Eesh. inside the line. Try to be careful and considered. There we go. Feel like I've gone over, but that's okay. There we go. Took me a minute to find the right one. Oh, permission to link the Krieg trailer. Yeah, do it. Do it. It's so good. I am more than happy to have that linked in my chat. It's so good. But yeah, check it out. It's not got any spoilers, so it should be good to view for you, Zombie Slayer. But yeah, super good. Such a cool character. And I would actually be okay with replaying the game just to play that character. Because I played Zero when I played 2. Because Zero is so fucking cool. For those of you who don't know who Zero is a ninja who speaks in haiku. And hear me out, he is maybe the best, like, the coolest character. And that's addressed in Tales from the Borderlands, where he makes an appearance, and they're just like, oh my god, he's so cool. Because, yeah, like, 3 was the first time I didn't go Siren, and yeah, I'm not too happy about 3 for reasons. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, if you're a fan of Sirens, then it, like, 3 kind of shits all over the Siren kind of world building that the previous games had done, essentially. Yeah. We ain't big fans of 3 here. That's okay. Also, Borderlands 2 had Michael and the eulogy, and that Easter egg shot Gearbox towards the top of my favorite dev list. Yeah. Yeah. It is fantastic. Like, the game is, like I said, like, it's references or Easter eggs are so much like homage, more so than they are just classic Easter eggs. They kind of went uh, beyond the norm at the time, and it kind of set a standard going forward. A standard that admittedly they didn't meet the next time, but like it was still there. It does have the shadow. I'm just stupid. There's also a tribute to a dead fan in Starfield, and that was another touching moment. Anytime a dev bothers to put a fan who died in their game, they get goodwill from you. Yeah, it is such a nice thing to do. And it's such a, like, consistent, not consistent, such a clear show of goodwill from the dev. it's not a clout thing, you know. It's actually like honoring someone's dying wishes, and it's a very good, it's a very kind thing to do. It does remind me, like, this isn't related to death or anything like that, but it does remind me of that Spider-Man Easter egg where it's someone asking to propose, like was proposing to their girlfriend through the Spider-Man game, and she said no, and so it's immortalized in the game. Not the no, but the will you marry me bit, and it's very uncomfortable. Michael was a fan who died before too. They added him as a Vault Hunter in Sanctuary that gives you free stuff. They also had Claptrap give him a eulogy. Yeah, yeah. Which is a very beautiful thing to do. It's, yeah. And like certain so speaking of Easter eggs, there are certain like games where they've not gone for like an Easter egg route, but they've gone for a strong references thing. I love Arkham because of how much it references the comics, like the comic Batman, the comic world of Batman. But like any kind of gaming Easter eggs probably wouldn't work in that world. So it understood, it's like the developers understood the content they were creating. The Claptrap eulogy still makes you tear up. Hell, thinking about it is starting to also. Yeah, it's like me with Jurassic Park, that Futurama episode, which never fails to make me cry. I don't even want to think about it because it just gets it once it's in my head, you know. That episode is heartbreaking. So I get what you mean. And then finding, not a spoiler, but finding Seymour farts in Fallout New Vegas' DLC is like, I did actually cry when I saw him. Man, why are you gonna bring up Jurassic Park? I was already starting to tear up. I'm so sorry, Loki. I'm just no. I made my mod cry. No, Loki. I'm so sorry. We all cry at Jurassic Park here in my chat. It's a universal experience. It's the empathy test. When you join the Discord, you actually have to watch that episode. Like the auto mod like sets you through and plays that one episode of Futurama, and then it asks you just like tick yes or no. Did you cry? And then if you tick no, you get booted. What else needs dark shadows? I mean, cold shadows. Nothing. We are good to go to highlights. Speaking of angel beats, if you ever want an anime to make you cry sad tears. Oh, speaking of angel beats, if you ever want it, yeah. I mean, I'd be down. I'd be down. I'm always up for a little cry. Every so often, I feel like it is good to just have a wee cry. It's healthy. You can't let the sadness consume you, but it is good to feel those feelings. Just know it shall pass, the pain. And then you're on your way to healing. I guess. Not an expert in healing. just an expert in having a cry. A Place Further Than the Universe may also make you cry, but that one is not so much sad as sad, joy, resolution. Oh yeah. That's not bad. I'm such a sensitive soul, I will cry at pretty much anything. I cry at TV shows I actually don't even really care about. If it's got an emotional moment, you get me. You get the mouse. I did tweet. Yeah. It was just like, did I tweet out this morning? Yes. Yes, I did. Oh, wrong angle. Much better. There we go. Just trying to think of all the content that has made me tear up. It's a lot of content, you know. So I can't list it all at once. But I'm a, sensitive soul, so not much I can do about it. I'm gonna cry. That stuff. I think I cried watching Parasite. I mean the anime, not the movie. So that's not the kind of movie that I would cry to, if I can be completely honest. There we go. Give it just a little bit of zest. If you had to pick one to watch, The Luck of the Fryish or Jurassic Park. Ooh, I would watch. I would. I feel like I can get through The Luck of the Fryish. Like, I feel like I can. That one's sad for sure. I think now that I'm older and I haven't. Actually, I'll admit, now that I'm older and I haven't seen my brothers in a year, I feel like The Luck of the Fryish would hit me a little bit harder than it used to, but I think I could still get through it. Something about um, any story with a dog, any sad story with a dog will get me. Though I have a weakness for that. Got a soft spot for dogs. So, because it's also been a while since I've seen my dog, but she sadly passed away, so I think that would actually hit me harder now. So it's one of those things. I think Fright hits harder the older you get. Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. I don't think it helps that for me personally, like I've always had a good relationship with my brothers. Um, but I did move away, and it's like I wasn't frozen in time, and I didn't go missing, according to my brothers. But I am away from my brothers, so there is that. But I guess the consolation is that I still get to see my brothers every so often. Thank you, Milky. Did that work? I didn't see it happen, so I don't know if it worked or not. I'm gonna assume it worked. I'm gonna hope it worked. Should have done, because it's always worked prior to now. Hey, Milky. I appreciate the support. We're talking sad stuff. Well, not sad stuff, but like content and shows that have made you cry. So the pats are always welcome in those situations for sure. Futurama is great at hitting you out of the left field with emotional stories. Oh god, yeah. I feel that. Yeah, yeah. Are you a sensitive soul too, Milky? Do you cry at every like TV show you watch? Cause I do. For Jurassic Park, I was just a mess though. Like afterwards, I was just destroyed. I was just crying my eyes out, broken inside. I was just like, oh, how can there be good in the world? You know, as a kid, as a kid does, comes to terms with the existential dread that that episode brings, or existential sadness that that episode brings. Yeah, it'll be stupid 90% of the show, and then all of a sudden punch you in the face with something deep and emotional. Oh yeah, absolutely. I like the Leela one where her parents had always been looking over her. Yeah, that one's really sweet and uplifting in a sense. It's not sad, but it's that like tears of joy kind of thing where it's like, well, they didn't have, that same closeness, but they can, but they were always there. There's something along those lines, um, similar to that, but there was a documentary I watched, or a short form documentary I watched, about a woman who was adopted, um, adopted from China, and then taken to Canada, and basically She had a good life. Her family were very well off and supported her. She became an artist and a quite successful artist. She had a very successful life, had a daughter, but she never knew what home was for her. But then she was also like, no, it's been so long. Um, my birth mother didn't come and find me. She didn't do anything, so clearly she didn't want me. I think I remember that story. Yeah, bittersweet. Yeah. But she's like, she didn't come and find me, so she clearly doesn't want me. So I just lived a better life without her. But her daughter always wanted to know where she came from. So she goes out to China to actually find the birth family, and she managed, like, it almost takes like weeks of searching and going to the same, like, uh, not document center, birth certificate center, to just find the birth mother. And she eventually finds her and learns the truth, and it is deeply heartbreaking because basically her husband at the time was abusive, and basically one day just took the kids and then sold them and adopted them, like sent them off to adoption, but sold them essentially. And the mother didn't have knowledge of this, but then, did everything she could to find them, but then found all but this one daughter. But then learned that she had been adopted, and adopted by a quite well-off family. And they weren't well off. And so she thought that her daughter would have a better shot at life. And so met with the adopter, like the adoptive mother, and came to the belief that she would be better off without her. And so she let her be adopted. But then would watch her go to school every day. When she lived in China, when the daughter still lived in China, she watched her go to school and stuff, and was there. Yeah, it's a hard decision. Oh, it's, yeah, tragically hard. And then, like, learning that the mother, they reconcile. And it's, yeah, like, beautiful, but then also quite bittersweet, because basically the birth mother dies a little while later. But it is, yeah, it's tragic, but then also, yeah, it's one of those things. Life is cruel sometimes, but then you get a moment of connection, and maybe the connection is good. It's good that they had the connection and stuff like that. I don't know. But yeah, that one made me cry my eyes out. I was heartbroken, my soul felt that when I read it. Not read it, watched it. God, I'm stupid. My God, what is wrong with me? Just my brain sometimes mixing up the words. Okay, background. Did somebody message me? Shut your mouth. I ain't working today. You can't make me. But we're almost done with this panel as well, which is awesome. I feel like if I get my ass into gear, we might actually even get outside, like, in the story. Go touch some grass. think I even cried when Will was found in Stranger Things. And spoilers for Stranger Things, but like that's season 1. If you haven't seen that, fucking, what are you doing? If you haven't seen that and you're bothered by that spoiler, what are you doing? But yeah, when he was found, I was like, oh, thank God he's safe. And then the rest of the series came out, and I was like, cool, he's fine. He's doing okay. I'm sure he's fine. Okay, last thing to do is light. Oh wait, highlights. Highlights on the bottle. Z. Plural. Just a few little highlights. This essentially is just reflection, but I just do it on the highlights because it's quick. Quick and easy, and I'm lazy. Okay, light. And we need hexagon lights in Ratchet's and Mucker's eyes. We also need hexagon lights in Ratchet's goggles. Or goggle. Singular. At like that zoom, it's basically just a circle. The old hexagons. That's okay. Alright, another panel down. Oh. Actually, I say, as if I'm not, like, well known to change my mind at stuff. Just add a little bit of movement so that Ratchet, it looks like Ratchet's moving his head. Simple as that. But now we're done. Who does she is speaking to me? Oh, that's not for me to do. Yay! Just let in on an email that I do not need to be involved in. Fantastic. Alright, let's draw. Very simple panel, as you can see. Of oh, actually, as you cannot see. Let me just move. My face is in the way. Sorry, guys. Let me just move that. Yeah. Sometimes my drafts aren't the most, like, intriguing. Or not intriguing, the most comprehensive. Or detailed. Uh, Just a message I don't need to know. Don't need to read. Good to know. There we go. Let's do that thing that I rarely do. Zoom in. Zoom in nice and close. So that I can see my own work. And weirdly enough, it makes the job easier. Those eyes are a bit big, but that's okay. I'll fix that. There we go. Just a little bit more, like, good, more better, as I am wont to say. There is like a perfect distance for my work. For me to work at, sorry. Not my work necessarily, pardon me. Just haven't found it yet. There we go. There we go. Little sketchies. There's a lot of messaging going on. Yeah, whatever. Again, not important for me because I am not working today. Before we go too much further, at this point, also gonna make sure I draw in daggers, an aratohu, and a hammer. So that's it. Right there. Had to go annoy Zid, but you're back now. Welcome back. How's Zid doing? She annoyed? She adequately annoyed? For now at least. Fair. Fair. Alright. Actually, is Aratohu in front or behind? I need to check a reference. Where do we see Aratohu in all his glory? He is... Hold on. He is behind. Okay. Okay. Now to draw an Aratohu, which I haven't drawn for a little while. We start with a dumpling-shaped little lad. Little head there. Perfect. Little round head. Little eye. Two eyes. There we go. Then we redraw the lower part of the head because it's just not right. It's got to be a little bit more squished. Like that, but better. More betterer. There we go. Then you got the basics of the Aratohu head. There we go. And we got Naruto, there we are. Very sweet. Let's draw this with the right lines. Let's not just add it. I was thinking about getting Spider-Man 2, but considering it released on the 20th and someone in Cali's 100% of the game on the 21st, I think I will wait for a sale or buy it used, probably used. That's fair. From that example, it doesn't sound super deep, honestly. So, yeah, probably a good call. Just at the very least to just wait and see how it is before paying full price for it, or just don't pay full price for it, because it could still be worth playing, but short. Orange doesn't have hands. Just realized. There's a few things wrong with this image. Just want to fix them. Because yeah, his body extends out to here, so his pants should extend out to here. And his legs get like smaller, or his body proportions get kind of small once we get to the legs. Just go all the way down. Don't even worry about adding a boot. Just all the way down. 14 hours main story, 24 hours to 100%, and 6.5 hours for of cutscenes. From what I'm seeing, not worth the $70 to me. That sounds very fair. That does not sound worth the $70. No, that's yeah, a bit small. I'm not paying for cutscenes alone. Okay, how does that look? Yeah, that's okay. His shoulders are a bit short. I'll probably buy it from your friend who owns his own game store and sell it back to him after the weekend last time I did that. He gave me back the full price, but I made him keep 10%, $10. Yeah, that's not bad. That's a pretty good deal. At least then you're not paying like, yeah, $70 for it. $10 is a pretty good, like, essentially a rental fee, which is nice at the very least. So that's not bad. Just staring this down. It's pretty okay. I just need to make the shoulders a bit bigger. And make this ear a little bigger too. Yeah, way better. Alright, and then eyes, fix them up. Yeah, that's what I called it. Made him take it. He gives me excess inventory and holds any rare JRPGs he gets in for me to buy. That's cool. That's pretty good. And at the end of the day, it's not a bad deal either way. Like, both sides are pretty well off in this deal. Ugh. Only place in town where you can still get games that go all the way back to Atari. Oh wow, yeah. That's, yeah, a rarity in these times. That's not the angle that would be at, is it? Nah. And then I can just draw in Mucker's hand here. That's all it needed to be, really. Ugh. There we go. He also has right of first refusal for all of my games and game collectibles when I die, assuming he's still in business. That's a pretty good deal for him. Yeah. Like that's from what you've told me, that collection has a good resale value for sure. I mean, not that that's all that that's about. Like, there's also a great deal of sentimental value on top of all that stuff. But the collection, what a collection it would be. There we go, much better. Alright, and now we go through. And magic wand. Oh, hold on. Now we magic wand. Magic wand, fireball. I never asked how big the room was. I said I'd cast fireball. This is all way too close to color pick. And then we hold down shift. There's a lot of this color in this panel. So just gotta make sure I hit all of it. And boop. Oh. Is that everything? No. That's an arm. Ooh. And there we go. There we go. That should be everything. Oh, there's a tiny speck here. And this one actually should be, yeah, that one. And you've only seen my 360 Never era games. I've got about as many games that are older, but they are still in storage, and most PS1 and Xbox games are in CD cases. The old stuff goes all the way back to Atari. Damn. That is quite the collection. Yeah, that's one hell of a collection. Damn. Is that all goblin? Yes. Yes. Next, goblin-y features. The goggles. Oh. I missed a few things, but that's okay. I can return and get them. when I do my run through. That'll be okay. I will risk it. Get those reds, fill them in. Fill in any reds I missed. There we go. What other colors do I have just here? Okay, next. So it's getting down to 7 degrees tonight and 3 degrees tomorrow. Damn, that's cold. That's very cold. I don't know if I should be saying lucky you or unlucky you. 7 degrees is... oof. That's chilly. Good time to be under a blanket and chilling out. Literally chilling out. Gonna stretch. Just stretching. This is like the easiest part of what I do, and yet it still feels complicated. Well, not so much complicated, but just work. Sadly, I'm going back to Alabama right before the cold stuff gets here. I love the snow, plus my mom has a really hard time shoveling it. Yeah, that's rough, man. That's a real shame. On all accounts, I think. But, hey, you know, it is what it is, sadly. Like, it's tragic that you missed the snow, though, because snow is awesome. I rarely get to see snow being Australian, but I do love it. Okay, let's get these lines in. Okay. I had to buy bagged milk today and they were out of whole milk in jugs. Oh no! You had to buy the Canadian staple bagged milk. It is such an interesting thing that they have bagged milk. Not a critique. I don't understand it, but it's not a critique. Don't understand it, but I can respect it. Wait, hold on. Don't y'all have bagged milk? Bagged goon down here? Yeah, we got bagged goon, but that's like, that's not a positive thing. Not to us, anyway. You're not doing well if you're gooning. We goon because we have to, not because we want to. I don't think this is the right color for an aratohu. Let me just... This needs to be a bit more yellow. This is a very incremental change, but I feel like it's important. It's important to color him correctly. Fair. Only time I was drinking goon was high school. Yeah, fair. Fair. That is the high school drink. You're just, starting to drink alcohol and stuff, just learning what flavors you like and stuff. So you went for goon. It was the choice of a generation. Also, that is the only time I've ever gotten a hangover. That sounds about right. Goon will do that to you. It's almost less a drink and more just a poison. Okay, gotta jump back. Gonna grab Aratohu's color as well. Yeah, much more vibrant. Felt a little sickly. This other one. This other color. I mean, in simple terms, I'm half Irish, a quarter Native American, and a quarter French. I'm genetically engineered to drink. If it gives me a hangover, you know something is wrong. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Something is definitely wrong with Goon. But it is what it is, you know? If you got nothing else, it'll do. There we go. Honestly, I would rather drink Everclear. At least that will last a while. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair critique of Goon. Oh, just having a sip of water. Before we move on to shadows again. We have returned to the shadows, to the shadow realm. Because it's predominantly warm shadows, we'll go warm first. That's too light. Is that okay? Oh, I don't think I told you this story, but in college I had a teacher sell genuine moonshine and his family distilled it in the mountains in Tennessee. Holy crap! No, you've not told me that story. What the hell? I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Being a teacher does not pay. How do you look in this? Let's have that under swipes and stuff. He could also hook you up with various illegal substances. Got fired for getting friendly with a female student. Well, more like they fired him after the 8th one. Yeah. Damn. That's wild. I'm tired of you selling moonshine, Professor. Get out of here. They're wizard's potions. You're not a wizard. Chemistry professor, lunatic. was a good CNC teacher though. Yeah, he knew his stuff, surely. I'm gonna try and return to my, not return to my, but like remain consistent with my shading style, because I may have kind of lost it at one point. Ah, I got pins and needles in my foot again. I can't feel it. Can't feel my foot. No. Oh, it's back. Never mind. Half the parts were matching were probably for the stills, but still. Yeah. Oh, the half the parts he was machining were probably for the stills, but still. Damn. Yeah, probably. But you know, kept busy. I guess kept him busy in his workshop. There are all sorts of people like that out there, aren't there? Morality is really, like, perception of morality is really quite unique amongst people. There's a reason I always describe myself as chaotic good. Yeah, stand up and walk around. You are making me nervous. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna do a stand up. Ugh. Can you guys still hear me? Bippity boppity boo. Yeah, I'm still audible. Let me stretch. Yeah, I can still be heard, which is good. Let me move my headphone cable up as I move away. Yeah, I feel good. We're almost 4 hours in. Feeling okay. I've got dumplings for food and sustenance. I will never run out of dumplings. I have so many. Remember, I've had multiple clots. Anytime you get pins and needles is a bad sign. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Yeah. I was like sitting on my foot. But yeah, definitely not a good idea to get pins and needles. Ugh. Stretching out my back. Stretching out my feet. Cracking my ankle. Cracking my joints. Not by choice, just by providence of being a part of my body. I'm back. We are running. We Gucci. The general rule is for every 1 to 2 hours of sitting, you should stand and stretch for 5 minutes. Yeah, that's a good idea. I I think at the top of the hour I'll take a break, do a bit of a stand and stretch, and then we'll get back. But that's a, yeah, very good idea, honestly. Because, yeah, I've been sitting for most of the morning. I'll set it to the break screen and then I'll do a bit of a stretch. 5-minute break. Give or take. You get the idea. And if you have to sit for work and can't stretch, you should take an aspirin or two before work and at a lunch break. Oh, that's good to know. I should have the freedom to stand and stuff at work, but it's still really good to know, honestly. Let me shift there. It's a blood thinner so it keeps it from clotting. That's what my mum had to do. Oh yeah. Fair enough. That all makes sense. Oh, sorry. Bumping you. Any more warm shadows to fill in? Yes, his eyes. Oh, and Marcus' hand. And with that, time for a weird fact confession. I really miss the taste of aspirin. I can only have them when my levels are dangerously low and I'm at risk of developing a clot. Oh, right. But you like the taste. So, interesting. There we go, just darken that whole thing. I might... We'll need to go onto the cold shadows, but I might just take a quick break. And save, first of all. But I might just take a quick break so that I can go do like a little bit of a stroll around my apartment. And then I will be right back. Everybody get up, have some water, have something to eat. Do what you gotta do. I'll be right back. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. We'll bug Zid. Yeah, good idea. Where's my break screen? To the break screen. And yeah, I will see you guys in a few minutes. On Bic. On Bic. Hello, everybody. I have returned. It's always nice to see that the stream hasn't crashed while I've been away. Let's jump back. Just realized this is in a clock tower. Yeah, a little bit of Grey Mouse lore. I originally designed like a clock tower kind of thing for my house in this like thing, but I've just forgotten about it a little bit. But could always come back. Welcome back. Thank you. It's good to be back. I got a coffee. I'm feeling like primed to do some more art. I'm feeling good. And now that we're on cold shadows, I'm feeling extra good. We're making progress. Steady progress. Steady and purposeful, which is always good. Ooh, lore, yeah. Well, all VTubers and PNG tubers gotta have lore. You know, you get me. And I'm slowly starting to release my lore a little bit as we go on. That's good to hear. I was gone for a bit too, but I'm back now. Yeah, welcome back. We all just gotta take breaks where you can, I think, and because I've been streaming for 4 hours now, which is mental. I decided to get up and have a bit of a walk, and then I was like, I could have a coffee. I could have another coffee. So I made another coffee. So yeah. And I do feel like energized after that coffee. I haven't drank it all yet. I'm working my way through it, but like, you can tell already. My voice is already completely different. Mood has changed. Luggy, you've returned. Welcome back. We have all returned. Returneth to the mouse. I was going to say, oh, pardon me, sorry. I was going to say, I've got a friend who is a barista, who used to be a barista for 7 years. He's very good, like fantastic barista. Makes fantastic coffees. And he convinced me to get my own coffee machine, which was maybe one of the best purchases I've ever made because I love coffee. And then he kind of taught me the basics of how to use a coffee machine. And I've got a slightly fancier coffee machine than him just because, you know, I'm a bit of a rich bitch, you know? Returnal was the only PS5 exclusive I really enjoyed. That's super fair. I heard Returnal was very good and very interesting. As I say, with the coffee. But I'm not as like well educated as him with it. So while I was making my coffee today, just then I was thinking about how like he has a very like methodical, organized way of making his coffee, and he'll weigh the beans in grams, and then you know weigh the liquid that comes out afterwards, so that he's got like the perfect amount, and he does the maths on it. You know, like for whatever volume of milk there is, it's got to be a certain volume of water and coffee and stuff. Me, I do it by feel and by like observation, and often my coffee comes out pretty good and generally is very good, you know. I also choose to have like really good beans and things like that, but like I don't do the same kind of prep and methodical kind of weighing of it, and it shits him. It shits it. Wait, who's the barista? My mate, my friend. I have a friend who's a barista, so he's much better at making coffees than me, but I also make coffee, so my method of making coffee shits him, because basically it's just very like to the winds, really. I'm just like, wee! And then somehow a good coffee comes out afterwards, and he's like, that shouldn't happen. That's too much effort. Beans and water go in, warm bean juice comes out. Exactly. That's my methodology too. But while I was making coffee, I just had the Bluey soundtrack stuck in my head. So I was just like grinding up the beans and things like that, and I'm just like da 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 da, and then I had one of those thoughts where I was just like, if my mate could see me now, he'd be livid. The no effort way is always best. Exactly. I mean, I've gotten some absolutely atrocious coffees out of it because I've not paid attention, but most of the time it comes out fantastic. Or at the very least, good enough for me. At the very least, it's what I deserve. The coffee I get is the coffee I deserve, so I always get what I deserve. I say, anyhow. If you're not making your friends mad, are they really your friend? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the staple of a good friendship, is the annoying of each other. Oh man, next page we're outside, which is exciting stuff. Out into the real world of the comic. And I think, like, surely I'll get this page done today. Surely. Exactly. Don't call me Shirley. Son of a bitch. I love it. That Leslie Nielsen era of comedy. So good. Even to this day. It's held up. I mean, some of it hasn't, but that's just how the times roll, you know? And like, with that said, a lot of it's held up and aged quite well, quite gracefully. Man, I almost reached for my water. I want my coffee. I don't want my water yet. I want my coffee. Delicious, delicious bean juice. Oh, Adatohu. Adatohu has some small shadows to add, but not much. Um. Oh wait, no, the light's coming from that side. Oh no. Yeah, I've got that wrong for one of them. That's okay. That's okay. I'll leave it. Oh, no, I can't. No, I'm a proper artiste. Gotta fix it. Has to be. This has to be the other way around. Oh, Dracula Dead and Loving It is on sale. Ooh. Very nice. Treat yourself. I have returned from work. Welcome back, Cryo. Welcome back from work. Is that a pet bee? Yes. I love the bandage, the badge slash stamp. Yeah, it turned out great. Yeah, this is Adatohu, Ratchet's plushy bee that he keeps. That it was a gift from his dad. So he carries that around with him always. Because at the end of the day, Ratchet is still a kid. So he's still got that, like, kind of childlike style to him. Oh, cute. Yeah. Both Adatohu and Ratchet are sweet little beans. And Aratohu's not actually like a living, breathing character, but he has a lot of characteristics or like a lot of charm to him. So people have really gotten attached to him. I didn't know how to pronounce the name of the bee. Yeah, it's complicated. So there is someone in our community called Zoe who actually speaks Maori. So Aratohu is a Maori word for steward or protector. Yeah, protector. Basically. And so he is intended to be Ratchet's guardian during the trials and tribulations of Ratchet's life, essentially. And so Ratchet's father, Dogen, named the bee Adatohu. I could have guessed its origin. Yeah, absolutely. Uh, as like a warding protection for Ratchet. That's why he's here. But it's the pronunciation is so A is pronounced like car, so ara, and then toe is it's actually aratuhu. Oh no, because toe is toe, like on foot, on your foot, and then who is hu but pronounced who, as in who is that. So it's pronounced Adatohu. And we're gonna get a lot more Maori words and stuff in this world. Okay, not gonna lie, I thought you were saying his name was Tofu before. Yeah, his name. I mean, Tofu's a pretty good name. That's a cute name for a little pet or a little buddy. We do have a few characters who have names similar to that kind of idea. Like that kind of naming convention. There are a few characters with that kind of naming convention, so look forward to that. My DM brain runs wild with the interesting things in this story. Oh, thank you. Well, it is based on a D&D campaign. So, it does have that kind of it has like a DM's guidance over it as well in a sense. So, that's always really really lovely to hear because it's a good sign. It's a good sign that we're doing like I'm doing the right things with the story and the way I'm feeding in like intrigue, I guess. Oh, that reminds me, there is currently a humble bundle for writers. Ooh, really? I honestly wouldn't mind checking that out. The bee reminds me slightly of a cursed doll I created for fun. Yeah. DMs, we love a good cursed item. I know when I used to DM I did. For sure. As far as I know, he is not cursed. That being said, we do not know about all of Ratchet's, like, items, if they're cursed or not. Yet. Yeah, well, that's also a good one. Good point. We don't know if he's cursed yet. Could be cursed in the future. He may already be cursed. We don't know yet. But we may find out. Basically, the cursed doll shows extreme affection to the holder. When you bed for the night, the doll will always appear in the bed with you, and if it's left behind, it will always return to the owner. Ooh, creepy. That is creepy as fuck. I love it. I think there are... Oh, that's a cool curse, yeah. Hold on, what is the doll spearing in bed? However creepy it may be. Yeah, that, I did also think that. Was it spearing? No, yeah. However creepy as it may be, yeah. But cool, and an interesting, like, hook into an item description. The first time the holder drops to 0 HP, it will take the last hit, returning the damage. Ooh! That is useful. That's super useful. We'll just span it down a little bit. So the creepy curse doll is like a false life thing. That's actually, that is awesome. Because, like, the use of a false life spell is great, but it's very, very specific for what its purpose is. So having an item that essentially does that, I like a lot. And there will be, like, there's going to be D&D based stuff in this, but I'm trying to take steps away from D&D as well. Only works once though because the doll will be destroyed. Yeah, that's fair. It's almost like a consumable item in that, with that resource. Kind of like a Totem of Undying from Minecraft. Oh yeah. No, I really went off the path with that one. There we go. And it's fun making really creepy items secretly useful. Yeah. Absolutely. In my campaign before it was... In my old campaign before it was put on hold indefinitely, in that I'm never going to actually DM again, I don't think. Just because it's not my thing. But I had a trader called Pesh who basically would sell cursed items that had very specific uses, but they also had very specific curses, and I really liked the, like, monkey's paw kind of style of cursed item. Every time someone says something like that, I remember how long it's been since I've played Minecraft. That's also a fair point. Yeah, I felt like I hadn't played Minecraft in ages because from that statement too. I also made an unlikable aggressive goat that just bullies the team and lives in their house. That's also fun. Because not everybody you meet is going to be just a nice, likable person. You gotta make a few assholes. Blah, 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 blah. Named Pepper, and the boy thinks this was the funniest thing in existence. That's cute. Pepper the goat. Pepper is a good name for a goat. I like that a lot. Ah, my coffee. It's cold. How could I do this to myself? That should be straighter. Story of my life. What else do I have to add highlights for? Add a tofu. Add a tofu. Add a little nose to tofu. Add a tohu. His name is not Toru. Oh, unkillable. If unkillable, then never-ending goat meat. That's also true. Pepper has been seen looking into the second story window to scream at the sleeping team, only for them to shoo it away later, realizing there is no way for the goat to stand at the window. It will probably kill you first, but slowly. Yeah. That's a nasty goat. Because I thought it was just unlikable, but the fact that it's unkillable also makes it just, like, insane. That's awesome. It's like making an unkillable goat in Inscription. You don't have to sell me on the idea, I'm already a fan. Had a D&D campaign where we found a goat, half the team wanted to call it curry and eat it, the other half wanted it as a pet. That's always the way, isn't it? All it does is I roll one of the team and it just wants to charge them down, and either they get inside first or it rams them and then leaves you alone. Curry is also a great name for a goat. Curry is a fantastic name for a goat. I fully agree. That's awesome. I think I've played multiple different characters in multiple different campaigns and stuff, but one of my characters had like a bunch of pets. And the pets, I had a dog named Benji, and I was just like, I would kill and or die for Benji. I must protect this little lad. And then we got a TPK, but my character was the only one who survived. So he just left to keep Benji safe. Benji and his pets safe. Just gave up adventuring. We restarted as a different party. And I always hoped our party would run into my old character again. It really is, yeah. I still want a pig named Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon. From that news story? Yes. Alright, we're good. We need to do light. And then we move on. There we go. Got a little ratchet. Hopping down. I feel like, yeah, I need to... I've forgotten something in the highlights. That's okay. We always expect this to happen. It'll take seconds to fix, but... Crispy Bacon is also the name of an American composer. Oh my god, really? That is one hell of a name for a composer. Then again, I assume he didn't pick it for himself, so... Okay. Moving on. Alright, flat colors, and then line work. And then we split it up. And these are the last panels of this page, which is always good to finish up. Okay, I'm gonna draw this guy first. The fuck? That was in the song? Jesus Christ, that was weird. Okay, and now just fill out these shapes just a little bit more. Because that, oh, sorry guys. They're just a little bit soft. I'll check what the detailing looks like in a second. And that second is now. So, out from the sides. This is going to be complicated. There we go. It's a bit of a mess, but essentially that's what the line work. There. Because I find that the further out you're zoomed, the more squiggly the line is, no matter how straight your line work. Like, no matter how straight you make the line work. It's very weird. These horns are maybe just a bit too big. There we go, something just slightly smaller, a little bit more subtle. Not too much. Give that a save for a moment while I drink a coffee. And then we go. That feels about right design-wise. I mean, there's a neck piece there. Just keep adding to these V's. There we go. Just a few. Okay, cool. There we go. Slowly putting together this character's armor. And overall design. It's very hard to be sure of what I want with it, of course. Okay, cool. There we go. Just slightly too soft of an edge, especially for armor. Ow. My ankle. Just trying to think of what, like, because it's tough to decide what to, like, do when putting together an armor set. I'm gonna make, alright, he's got, like, back like arches as well. Just gonna feel it out, I think. More meeting invites that I just am not focused on. Don't you go scheduling me for booking me for stuff if I'm not there. It's happened before where someone's like booked me for something because some of my work requires bookings, but they've not consulted me about it, so they've just booked me out and just based on when I'm free or available. And I'm like, well, no, you can't do that. You actually have to talk to me. I'm not an item. I'm not a library book. I cannot just be booked out and expected to kind of perform, operate. Come on, get this line right. There we go. Oof, that's annoying. Yeah, it is. It's like one of these things. It's happened less and less, but it's one of those things that like happens every so often, and it's like, oh no 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 no, you can't do that. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not something that can just kind of be booked out. It actually has to be consulted. Like I have to be consulted about these things. For those of you who don't know, I also do a lot of like filming and things like that. That's what my full-time work is. That I'm an editor and a videographer essentially. Slightly more complicated than that, but it works as an explanation. And basically, for my organization, you book out um, the studio that we film at, but then you also need to make sure that I'm across it, and some people just don't bother uh, letting me know. And then when they get called up on it, they're like, "Oh, I didn't realize." It's like, nah, you gotta know. Surely by now you gotta know. And so anytime I see like stuff going on in emails and stuff, I'm like, you better not have just emailed me asking something that I'm not gonna answer because it's my day off. And then expect that to be a yes. But hey, it is what it is as well, you know. Could be 100 times worse. Could be better, could be 100 times worse, you know. That is a terrible looking thumb. There we go. Really doesn't need to be that complicated. But that also just doesn't look right. Oh. Didn't mean to get rid of that. That'll do. At least for now. I can fix it at another time. Alright, back in. Trying to make this armor as unique as possible. Actually, there's one way I can do that. Just set it flat, have no detailing or indentations in it. Rather than the obvious beveling, of course. That will do it. Time to draw an arm. I feel like I need more for the chest piece, but it doesn't need to be complicated. It can just work for what it is. Is that too long of an arm? It's definitely too thin, but that's fine. How's that? That is an arm. Yeah. The legs are definitely too short, but that's totally okay because I haven't drawn the legs. The draft of the legs is too short. Just need to keep that in mind when I eventually go to draw the legs. I'm not gonna lie, the simple act of adding diamond kind of knuckles to the hand just makes such a huge difference. It's wild. Slowly but surely learning useful, like, illustration tips. Yeah, and I'll just make the legs longer. His knee shouldn't be that close. His knee shouldn't be that close to his crotch, essentially. Because shiny rock plus goblin equals happy. Yeah. Exactly. I have like a little book stand in front of my tablet, and currently I have an anatomy book on it, and I'm fucking astounded that I'm not using it. Hold on, guys. If you can hear paper flipping, that's me shifting to. So I'm on the head layer. Gonna look for legs. Upper torso. Nope, wrong chapter. Fell backwards, but didn't fall too far backwards, so I'm totally okay. Back, muscles. Don't mind that. Apologies all. Probably doesn't sound very nice. Legs and feet. Oh, it's not going to stay open. Feet. Lower body symmetry. That's what I want. This book is great for proportions and stuff like that. It's a huge, huge book full of insights on proportions and stuff. Stay. Stay where you are, please. I need you. I have the basic, like, I have a basic running idea of how to do it, but I do it because I think it's important to have it properly. But what do I want to do for the belt, the main, like the waist? Because I'd like to have something a little interesting. Could do a series of pouches. That'd be kind of cool. The design is supposed to be one of utility. There we go, that's better. Slightly more, you know, purposeful in its design. And a few things to erase, but that's fine too. It's all a part of the process. Oh, and do we inject a little bit of like old world kind of suspicion into it to throw in some runes and runic symbols to ward off against mages and things like that? That's kind of cool. I kind of like that the guard's armor would actually like accommodate for overpowering mages and things like that. I'll actually give a bit of belt here. Yes, yeah, always, yes. So add a few like runic kind of things. I like it. I like the idea. Yeah. So I'll make this pouch first. And I'm thinking I'll give this guard a sash. So like a bit of a sash. Cuz I like the sashy kind of look, the sash style. And cuz like you don't always use belts in a fantasy kind of world. You would have people who have sashes and as opposed to belts, but you can do a bit of both as well. I just don't want to do another cloak. Or just like a basic belt. I want to add a bit of character design or visual storytelling just in the armor itself. Or in the way that this guard specifically wears this armor. So yeah, we'll add... Let's just zoom in. I don't know why I'm still zoomed out. I always do it, but I never know why. So... we'll do that, do a little bit of that, and I'll add some rope to it. So it's almost tied around. Because we love the idea of basically like, if these people were guards, they're guards in a fantasy world, maybe some of them have magic, maybe some of them don't have magic. And if magic is like, you know, something that is, of course, learned to be controlled and stuff, but then a good, like, portion of having magic is, you know, not a birthright, but like almost a genetic component. Like city and town guards would have items on hand that would be used to suppress magic somehow. You know, so if we get this, we also have this lead in that like runes are old world magic. So we get this idea that the Katai, the guards for Katianki or Kaitianki, have need to suppress old world magic. Have reason to suppress old world magic. So not necessarily like your fireballs or your, you know, or your vicious mockery, but you've got these other spells or this other magic which is deeper than that. So yeah, like tying a rune to them to suppress this old world magic that they likely don't understand or know enough about. And I'll add a few more, because you'd want to. Ooh, but should I might even add, so this will be something I'll add off stream, but some of my language stuff. So I've designed a language, so I might add some of them, but as runes, to kind of show that they've taken runes from Katai as well. Yeah, but I like the idea of like charms and items like that that basically are used to stop magic from being quite so potent. Switch up this rope just so it looks like it's actually been stitched through this charm. But yeah, I love that idea. And we get a little bit of an insight into like the nature of magic in Katianki. And then we can also, like, we don't know for certain that it's the guards. It could just be this specific guard who is superstitious, maybe. Yeah, I like that. That's where the hip ends. We'll add more to him, but let's look at this diagram of leg. So knee happens about there. Knee still happens about there. I like it. I'm glad I've consulted you guys about that, because I was very curious about what people would think. Do we add magic suppressants? Do we not? You know, do we do stuff like this? Do we do that? It's nice, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to stream like the comic process, so then I could get people's like thoughts on it, thoughts on little ideas that I have. Rein me in when I need when I'm needed. Like I need to like rein in ideas, but yeah, it's been awesome. It's been awesome for that purpose. Because there's also, so there is an artist that I adore, like in terms of their world building design, and their art is super cute, but it's also really like visually like fascinating, because it does a lot of that like visual storytelling without saying anything. So one of their designs is basically this little guy who's basically a bread maker, but he's a nomadic bread maker. And so his backpack is a windmill, and that windmill basically crushes down grain into flour, and it's so cool. I think it's always cool as a way to show the detail and thought that goes into the art. Yeah, absolutely. And I want more like stuff like that that has this opportunity of actually exploring and expanding upon the greater world, but just in a blink and you'll miss it kind of a thing. Or if you don't pay attention to it, that's totally fine. But um, you won't notice it unless you're looking. Just let it go all the way down. Oh, that's not how that boot works. Goes down and then up. Because they're greaves. Still, His shoulders are definitely really broad, and then his legs are a little short. I can just thicken out the legs a little bit. It's an easy solution. How are we looking? Okay, after rereading it 3 times, I can safely tell you that I'm doing something for Microsoft that has me under NDA. Can't say what I'm doing, but it does permit me to share the fact that I'm doing something, and I'm under NDA, so that's cool. That is cool. That's very interesting. Maybe the waist is just too thin as well. Yeah, okay, cool. It is giving me a good idea though. But I just need to thicken out the waist. It's just a bit too thin. But that's cool, Loki. Good on you. Congrats on the work. Makes him a bit lumpy. Hold on. Delumpify. Made thick. Exactly. Congrats for the secret cool thing. And it's a good compensation, averaging to about $50 an hour. That's pretty good. That's pretty solid. Hello, Creo. Welcome back. We're just making a guard a little bit thicker. It's just a bit too thin. How's that? Let's move out. That's good. That one, that's good. That works. It's just a bit more balanced is the thing, because the waist was just too thin for both the legs, and it made the legs seem small, and then once I expanded out the legs, the waist was still too thin, so just simple solution was just to change, like redo the waist, make it just a little bit wider, just balance out those proportions. Shoulders were also quite broad, so they definitely needed to be balanced out. Doing adult things, that's fair enough. You gotta do what you gotta do. Well, as long as there is consent. Yes, as long as there's consent to, like, thicken them out a little bit. I'm sure it'll be fine. The person who this is based off of, I'm sure they will not mind. Well, not based off of, but pays homage to. Pays homage to someone else's D&D character. Without spoiling anything. And they've got their magic suppressant gear. I need to draw their warhammer in a second. I saw a post complaining that elves were always well endowed today. Really? Interesting. Interesting perspective. I mean, I always find like that always feels like tabloid kind of stuff to me. But I've never. I guess it's also one of those things I've never thought of, like given thought of, to. It's like I wouldn't make a character based on a stereotype to a certain mythological race. So I've not ever thought about it really. But that is weird. Sounds like elf propaganda. Yeah, yeah. In my mind, that's the opposite of a problem. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's never a problem. No, but like yeah. It is weird that it's brought up at all, really. Do that. Oh, sleepy. Elves are always described as strikingly beautiful. That's so that just makes sense to you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, in literary references, they are described as ethereal and beautiful. So, it's just based on the creator's concept or not concept, view of beauty, essentially. Speaking of, I need to watch season 2 of How to Not Summon a Demon Lord. Oh yeah, for well endowed elves and such. The Warhammer is on that side. That's good to know. Okay. Oh, it's too thick. That gets bigger as it goes up. That's not the intention. It needs to get smaller as it ascends. Because that's just how it works. Scratch the ear, because I've had headphones on for a little while. There we go. There we go. Okay, I mean that's the most detailed part of this illustration, really. What else is there though? What else is there to add? That Warhammer is tiny. That handle is too small. And here I was worried it was going to be too big. Okay. then just minute alterations for certain line work pieces, just to give his face a little bit more shape. But I guess we get started on the rest of the illustration. Unless there's something I need to draw, and yes, there is one thing I need to draw. This character is a tiefling, so he has a tail. Boom, surprise. This guy has a tail. We didn't see it before, and it's again a blink and you'll miss it kind of thing. But yeah, he got a tail. Now let's draw Ratchet. Twitch is a tail, no bonk. Twitch, it's a tail, no bonk. Yeah, please. I swear, it is a tail. And this one has the buckle. Please, Twitch. It's a tail, I swear. I love that. Thank you for covering the bases there, Loki. There we go. How to not summon a demon lord. It's also a good example of how to do an ecchi right, where it is not just for the titillation of the audience, but also for the character's enjoyment. Ah, nice. That's cool. It's nice when that happens, right? It's nice when that works out. That may be the best version of Ratchet's hair I've ever drawn. That's actually, like, cool. So yes, pandering, but not obvious that it's just for the audience. Yeah, that's nice. Like, it's pandering, but it's in a way that feels natural. Feels right. It makes sense in the context of the world also. Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's believable then, which is nice. Once I finish the line work, I'm gonna do just stand up for a bit. Might have it fan out. Might have his cloak fan out just a bit. There we go. Oh, there we go. And then that's very wrong. The more I think about it, the more inclined I am to unironically add the vending machine isekai to my anime list. Go for it. What am I gonna do? Be mad about it? I'll have to watch it. Then. It's fine. If you add it, you add it. And I'll trust you. And, like, if it feels. If I have complaints, then it just means I just can't trust you again, but that doesn't matter. You can regain that trust pretty damn easily, so it's good. So you're all good. Do what you like. I have to draw like a cityscape, not a cityscape, a landscape. Out there, but I'll do that in a second once I've had a bit of stand up. It's not going to be a very complicated one. I'm going to just stand up for a little bit. Ah! Things cracking into place. Ah, my body. And I'll raise my mic up just a little bit so that you could still hear me. Ah, me Spain. Oh, me Spain. Ah! Just going to make my many noises. I think I should add just a command that makes my model stand up. I give it a 9 to 9.5 out of 10. The characters are surprisingly good. I went into it expecting generic trash anime with a unique premise, but ended up with several characters I genuinely liked, and with a very unique isekai slash RPG mechanic. That's cool. I'm actually like really impressed with like from what it sounds like. It actually sounds really interesting. I would be interested in watching it. I might. So for today, like I think, would it be fair to say that we basically swap my hours for streaming? So on this day, I work full time and then I get my evening. So then like I basically clock off the stream and then I'll see you guys tomorrow. But if and then next Monday I'll do the opposite where I'll do the evening stream and then and so on and so forth, just because I still need to cook dinner and do stuff like that. But I might start, like on nights like these, I might just start binging some anime because I think I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna sit down and watch. Start with Steins Gate. I'm gonna give it 100% of my 100% of my attention and watch Steins Gate, and then yeah. I like that idea. Give yourself a break. Yeah, I think that's fair. I wouldn't want to burn myself out. So oh, actually, that'll mean in about 2 hours at 5 o'clock, I'll clock off. Yeah, go relax. I appreciate that. Don't worry, we still got a little bit of time before then, but yeah, I'm thinking that might be a good like allowance. Allowance. I think that's probably fair, where I'll stream all day on days like these, but I'll end at like 5 and then I'll be back tomorrow evening anyway, so it all kind of works out. But yeah, we just swap around my full-time and part-time today. And I think that works. And then I can actually make the Grey Mouse badge of approval a sticker, and I'll add it to my stream. So tomorrow, if you guys have art to show, you'll get to see it with the badge of approval, which I'm so happy with how that turned out. It's actually so cute. Still having a bit of water. Don't mind me. I've got a big ass water bottle. So I'm so cute. Oh, Milky. You're so cute. How how dare you say I'm cute when you're standing right there? I Keep in mind with Steins Gate, Chekhov's gun, uh, and it's a time travel, so sometimes the gun is fired before it's even introduced, but by the end of it, it will all fall into place, and on second watch, you know where the bullet came from. Ooh, that's cool. I'm keen. I'm real keen to watch it now. With that in mind, Milky is just like laughing, laughing maniacally. But yeah, I'm actually really happy with how today's stream has turned out. It's been really good. Progress has been very good, and it's just generally been very, very lovely to have you all here. And like in previous all day streams, it's been like at the end of the stream, I've been like, I enjoyed it, but I definitely feel worn out or tired. I don't feel that here, and so I'm like having a good, uh, having a good day. I think I lurk to wait for a Yura or no you moment. You're so sweet. I know I'm playing right into your hands for that one, but like, you are too kind, Milky. You're all the best. And I know that's like, surely not a possibility, but hey, I believe it. Fuck, something I also need to do. I need to let this mod know that I've added them to the comic because they don't watch my streams very often. So I need to let them know. Like some things seem like ex machina at first, but then how they happened is explained later, and it's the bullet that arrived before the gun was made. That's so cool. You're just getting me hyped for it now. I love the sound of that. Uh, I mean, Back to the Future is actually one of my favorite movies, so I actually do. Time travel is one of my favorite, like, science fiction uh, stories, essentially. Or additions. So I'm keen. Keen as a bean. And I might, and actually, I'm not saying I might, I will. I'm gonna start Attack on Titan again as well. Because you did recommend it to me, so I'm gonna go back and watch Attack on Titan from the beginning up to where it is now. It's number 2 rated anime on your anime list with a 9.07 out of 10. That is high praise. So I'm definitely gonna listen to it. Not listen to it. I'm gonna watch it, but I'm gonna listen to you. Yeah. I might also actually I'll go through the anime recommendations channel and I'll pin up a list of my watch list. So what I'm watching and then what I'll watch after it and what I'll watch, basically a list of what I'll be watching in order. And then I'll edit it as I go and with recommendations and alterations and things like that, just so that people know what I am watching, what I have watched, and things like that. Just so then, because if someone recommends me Parasite, we're gonna have a good conversation about how I love Parasite and things like that. But you know, it's so then we don't recommend things that I've already seen or or anything like that. It's not that it's a bad thing. It's just that I'm just like saving people time. That being said, if you want to talk about how much you love a certain anime, please be sure to do it because I love hearing about animes that people have really enjoyed or have affected them in a recognizable way. It's so cool because I'm someone who came to anime quite late. My friends were all into it in high school, but I wasn't. And then I started watching, and I just fell in love. And I enjoy manga as well, like hugely enjoy manga, and it's just something that I guess for a very long time I deprived myself of, and then allowing myself to actually enjoy it changed the way I enjoyed a lot of media because so much is explored in anime that isn't explored in most things, and it actually feels um, rewarding to like try something out. And if it's not your kind of story, that's totally okay. But like, if it is, then you're in for one hell of a ride. And I love that. So yeah, it's a shame I didn't get into it sooner, but I'm glad I've gotten into it now. This is going to be a fairly simple background, but it's still important to get it done. Because I guess next stream I'll be explaining how I've designed. I mean, I finally get to explain how I've designed Kaitiaki. Uh, Read above. Also, did you see my statue that I posted here? Hold on. My anime list is the site. It's at least a 10 out of 10 to you. Oh, is the site. It's at least a 10 out of 10 to you. Oh, cool. Read above. Also, did you see the statue that I posted there? In the Discord? Let me quickly double check. Because I feel I didn't. I did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I won't show that on stream, of course, because it's not risque. Like, that's art. But I don't think Twitch would agree. Uh, just have to decide what Ray statue to get along with it. Might enlist your help on that later. Ooh, excited. And I'll watch Evangelion as well, because I got to. That's a really cool statue. Because I think I know what that part is, like the bit that's from, because I know bits of Evangelion, and I think I know that bit because of course I do. I was once a teenage boy. I love the way the waves go up by her knee. Yeah, it's really nicely done. Like there are some statues that are not even close to that kind of quality, and that is a nice like top tier quality statue. I want to collect more statues. I have two anime statues. Uh, One is Luffy in Gear 2, and then the other is Ace, both from One Piece. Both very. Oh wait, and I also have a Chopper one. Because Tony Chopper is my favorite character, because of course he is. I'm making a comic about a little goblin who has a lot of similarities to Chopper. That scene is only in the Rebuild, the new movies that just finished up in 2020. Oh, okay, so I must have seen it as an adult mouse. Oh well, I was an adult mouse once, you know. Hey, what can I say? I'm a mouse. I almost said I'm only human. I'm a mouse. Alright, let's make some trees. Alright, there's a little bit more leeway there. Because these bits are not actually bits. Foundational skirting boards. So that's not actually a thing. So I'm drawing a lot more like fluffier trees for Katiaki. And I might be a little bit more considered about the color palette because it's autumn. But I also kind of want to explore a few different kind of colors and color styles. I also like the idea that like the world of Katiaki is also kind of rebelling against the development that has been brought about by the Empire that is now kind of in charge of it because basically Katiaki, the Katai people, uh, lived alongside this, like, built with the intention of not impeding growth. And a warning about jobless reincarnation. It is a redemption story. You are not supposed to like him at the start. It's about overcoming who he was and adapting to his new reality while using the poor choices he made to guide him towards a better life. That's fair enough. I appreciate that you've warned me about that, at the very least. Because it can be very easy to be like, oh, I hate this character. Like, this character isn't likable. I'm going to leave this. And then it's like, oh, that's the point. For a little bit. But I appreciate the warning because sometimes I may not catch on, and I'm just like, oh, this guy's an asshole, and then just like switch off, and then like next stream I'm just like, oh yeah, that guy was like a jerk, and then you're like, no, he's supposed to be. Grey Mass, please. Grey Mass, please keep watching. And I'm like, I don't get this at all. Same with Steins Gate. If you hadn't warned me about the time travel, I would have been like, I'm confused. I'm confused. I can't watch this. I probably wouldn't have been, but like, I like to joke that I would. I like to joke that I'm far more stupid than I actually am, because it is funny. It is funny. It's fun to kind of be stupid sometimes. More trees. I'll add some bushes and stuff. That's part of why I absolutely love flying at night. It highlights how we as humanity are the invasive species and how we can carve out places of light in the darkness to keep the wilderness at bay. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm doing with Kaitiaki, is that it's, the empire is kind of building out from it, but the land itself is actually fighting quite strongly against it, and like water, it cannot be stopped, essentially. You can kind of try and prevent it, but it'll only prevent it for a time. It'll keep pushing it back and stuff. And the thought, as you are flying into big cities, how long without humans before this scar would begin to heal? How long until our evidence would be erased? Yeah, absolutely. There are parts of the Amazon where basically tarmac gets like ripped, or cleared by vines, essentially. And that in part was like the first kind of piece of my idea, was that this idea that like no matter what happened, nature would kind of find a way. And part of the things I was working around with was like coming up with vegetation and flora that actually kind of fit the world. Because there's going to be stuff in this world that is like, because it's a fantasy story, I wanted to make really like verbose and unique flora and fauna. So I kind of tried to expand out from there and design animals and plants and fruits and things like that, which are very, very different and very, very unique. And I kind of had to think about like, if it's because it's like almost an alien world in that sense, but it's also not. It needs to have that level of familiarity while also being a fantasy land. So I looked at a lot of folklore and looked at how kind of like that is expanded upon, or how that expands into world building and things like that, and applied it to plants and food. I'll get some rocks as well, because rocks are great. I would have usually designed something about this, but the thing is, so I'll actually show you the next panel, because basically I have designed some of the world, as you can see here. You see it in the draft, And so we've got like old rundown structures, devices that have been in like working and in existence for hundreds of years. But then this like overwhelming flora that overpowers everything. And that's something I really love about world building, and world building like a fantasy forest or a fantasy land essentially, is that you can create just deeply terrifying um, nature essentially. This probably won't work like that. It'll work like this. Probably have to go back over this, but that's totally okay. But like we had like a little bit of a glimpse at my British just came out when I said little, but we had like a little glimpse at the world through the window of Ratchet's room, and now we get like a slightly bigger view before Ratchet actually goes out fully into the world. And I'm a big fan of that. Slowly drip feeding you katayaki. I will give you katayaki, but in small doses, so that when you're exposed to it all, it's okay. It's not quite so scary. That's something I find kind of scary, but it also explains some of the egocentric nature of a lot of people. It's very easy for people to live their whole life in a city, and even if you drive to other places, at least in America, you are never truly out of that bubble. But from the sky, the vastness of it all is obvious. Yeah, absolutely. I've flown to a few places in Australia, and the amount of desert and sea that actually surrounds a lot of Australia is uh, terrifying at points. You know, you cover hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of desert and nothingness, and it's like, oh, that's a small part of Western Australia. The further you go out, the stronger it gets, and you know, the more isolating it becomes to find yourself in and stuff like that. It's wild. Very cool. As a passive observer, it's very cool, but like, yeah, if if I were lost in that situation, I'd be scared as shit. I might actually add just a big rock. Yeah, I remember how vast the outback was. That's why I added it the in America. That's super fair. Yeah, it's very, and like I think between when I where I used to grow up around Canberra and Sydney, between those two areas, you'd not dropped into too much of that vastness. But there is always still like a little bit to see. So when I traveled from my home town to Adelaide through the desert, it's this deeply shocking, not shocking, but deeply like new experience where it was 200 kilometers of nothing. Like nothing at all. Like you had to prep petrol in like a tank, and you had to be, you know, ready. Like you had to have like, you know, SOS, like an SOS like flare or something like that in case you got stuck out there. And also the road trains and things like that. There's like this, not, it's an unwritten rule that basically if you're pulled over at the side of the road, people will check on you. Like they will always check on you. Even if you've just pulled over for like just a break, like a lunch break, people will stop and be like, "Hey, you okay? Is everything all right?" And even more so, truckers are equipped to help people who are stuck at the side of the road. So the road trains that you see in Australia, if you've like broken down, a lot of them will actually have like the tools you need to fix your car, because people don't want other people to get lost out there and die, essentially, because it's brutal and horrible out there sometimes. I'm gonna put a big rock. I'm gonna put a big rock here. Hope y'all don't mind. Actually, I can introduce something that I'm a big fan of. It's a big round rock. Oh, I haven't shown this to members. You know what? At the end of the stream, I'm going to post something for members on my Kofi, but it'll explain what this is. It's a big rock. Essentially, it's a big rock with eyes. That's not right. The angle's got to be right. I might actually not just make it just darkness. And we get our first introduction to something super unique and super weird in our world. I've got to go eat, so I'll head off for today. Thanks for the stream. My pleasure, Uni. So lovely to have you here. I'll see you again next time, but go eat, go have a good day. Wait, road train. Looked that up. That's amazing. It's like an 18-wheeler, but with several cargo pods. Yeah, they're so cool and terrifying when you pass them on the road. But like, the drivers are usually super nice. And like they are equipped to help people if they've like broken down, or if they're just on the side of the road, they will stop and they'll be like, "Hey, you all right?" And then if you're like, "Yep," then they're like, "Cool." Do you mean it? And then they're just like, "Yep." And then you're like, "Okay." But they're lovely. And that's, yeah, super cool. These big trucks. And for places like Western Australia, they're pretty important for shipping and stuff. So if you ever ship stuff to Australia, all likelihood it actually has gone through a road train at some point, depending on where you are in Australia. That is. I don't want to feed blatant misinformation, but like a lot of food and produce is delivered in road trains and things like that. When you said road trains, I just thought you meant a convoy. Yeah, they would have to be used there, I guess. Yeah, there are like big stretches of land that are just, yeah, nothingness, essentially. And so, yeah, they're imperative to Australia's trade. Not in actual trains. We have road trains, and then we also have just normal trains. It's a very easy way to just like fill some space. Put a few cracks in it as it's decayed from time. We don't anything like that here, but that's probably because our major road system was designed by and for the military. That's fair. That's a fair enough reason. Maybe that's too many cracks. Let's dial it back just a touch. Yeah, just nice, like, insignificant cracks. Just a few small ones. Well, crap, I know what I'm going to hyperfixate on tomorrow and watch like 6 hours of YouTube on tomorrow. Road trains? I mean, they're cool, so I wouldn't blame you. Yes, yeah. Yeah, nice. Just make this moss look mossy. There you go. Nice. It's still one of my like fatal flaws. I just give a thumbs up to my monitor as if you guys can see me. I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's cute. I love it. He's perfect. I kind of enjoy these bits a lot, like where I'm just sketching away. Like, I don't have a draft for this, I'm just making stuff up as I go along. And I don't mind it. Uh, like my brain is going, that's great for traveling long distances, but how different are the engines? How do they load and leave and unload? I've got lots of questions now. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'd love? I'd fucking love like an American Truck Simulator game, but Australian roads. It'd be boring as shit, but like road trains, be very cool. What's the pay like there? Further certifications beyond 18 wheelers? Do they require multiple people? Yeah, good questions. Good questions. I've got no idea. I've got no bloody clue. I think my brother would know. Or at least he'd have an answer. That looks weird. Yeah, that looks weird. Just, just add me grass and move on. Kind of like that we're just gonna treat this thing like it's just like a thing. It's just normal. It's just a usual Katayanki thing. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that's also terrible. There we go. 130 to 140K a year is the salary. It was the first Google suggestion. Wow. That's not bad. I probably couldn't do my comic and drive an 18 wheeler, but I mean, it's good money. Actually, I could put my computer in the back, stream every so often. I'd be so fucking tired. That would be insane. That's just not doable for me, I don't think. Tell you what, though, I met a park ranger yesterday on my hike who was like just taking tallies of visitors to the park and stuff. And he like, you know, he asked me the usual things like what postcode am I from, like where am I coming from, you know, that kind of stuff. That ain't an 18 wheeler. That's like a 40 wheeler. Oh shit. Damn. Yeah, but like he asked me where I was coming from and stuff like that, and we finished our conversation. He was like, "Do you know how you're gonna get back?" And I'm like, "Yep." And I told him how I was gonna get back, which is one of the parts of like hiking in the deeper bush, is that if you see a park ranger and they ask you how you're gonna get back, you need to know quite clearly how you're gonna get back. Because if you're uncertain, then they'll guide you, but like, you know, they won't take you anywhere. They just need to make sure you get back safely. But he was like, "Oh, good, yeah, cool. You know where you're going. Off you go." And then as I was heading off, I saw his like the Ranger vehicle, and I was like, "Damn, I would actually love to have a truck like that." It was so cool. Such a strong like utility vehicle, essentially. All right, that's probably all I need to do. There's more that I would want to do, of course, but that's all I really need to do for my landscape. Hmm. But even saying that, I'm not satisfied. I might do a little more scribbling. Don't mind me. This is what you guys have to look forward to for chapters, well, the end of this chapter, and then for chapters 3, and then future chapters, because I freaking love drawing forests and stuff. Just a tuft of grass. Why not? Why not? Looks like a chicken, but never mind. I'll leave that for now. Um, should draw some clouds in the sky. They're gonna look too much like trees. That's okay, I'll eventually figure it out. Just you wait, next time, well, when I'm doing coloring and stuff, I'm gonna go, why is this tree not connected to anything? It's because it'll be a cloud. Let me give that a save. Just in case, because I am always kind of careful about that. Just giving it some detailing on the trees. It's what I think I talked about it like maybe my very first stream. I was just like, when you're drawing trees, it's essentially like drawing hands or knuckles. And I still believe that to this day. I'm just better at doing it. Essentially. Oh, and then I was gonna... Hold on. What have I done with this design? What does the land look like? There are like... There are various like streamers and flags and stuff set up. So I'm actually gonna continue to do that here. Because it's cute. There we go. So your HR or HC license, depending on weight of cargo, is the equivalent of our CDL license. That's the highest class we have, but you have a MC for road trains. Oh, wow. So it would be a very complicated system to drive, to say the least. And I'll just add another. Just gonna do that because just add in ropes and stuff. MC is multiple combustion. That implies more than one engine. Yeah. Right. That's cool. No, that covers the lad's face. Nah. Oh, that one works. So that answers your questions about if the engines were different. Yeah. Right. Nice. It is interesting to know about these, though, because, like, I know them well. Like, I don't know them well, but, like, I've seen plenty of them, so it's nice to actually get a rundown of what they are and what's going on with them. So there we go. That's pretty. That's just very pretty. And for a space that I actually hadn't designed anything for, that's quite nice. Oh, I'm gonna stand up for a little bit and stare down intimidatingly at all of my chat. Let me stretch my back out as well. Oh, very nice. Very nice looking background. I wonder, do I start by filling in the, like, the outside world background first, or do I go about everything else? Because this is a pretty filled panel, really. How big is it? I can't remember. Oh, right, it's tiny. It's not tiny. Oh, well, it's just one of the smaller panels. It's fine. You know me. I'm going to add detail where I can. Sorry, I geeks out there for a minute. It's where I get completely new information. Nah, man, geek out. You do you, man. You are welcome to. It is a open and safe space for geeking. Very much recommended. You do your thing. Oh, stretchy, stretchy. Alright. I'm gonna do the easy bits first. Because even with the selection tool, it's gonna be like a mammoth task to color this all. But I'm gonna give it a red hot fucking go. Okay, got a few of them. What am I missing? What am I missing? Fill them in. That's something that bothers me about most people. We carry something with access to a large amount of human knowledge, and people use it to send each other pictures of their junk. Yeah, that is unfortunate, to say the least. I won't disagree with you there. It's very unfortunate that this thing that we have, which provides us with so much, we use for very unideal means. Oh, also, once I log off, once I hop off, I will also put the 2 new stickers up onto the shop, but I'll also print a few out and test a few. Just because I'm super keen to see how they've turned out. Ooh. I've not even zoomed in either. Fucking, I'm a lunatic. What am I doing? Zoom in. Zoom in, Grahamhouse. Zoom in. Okay. There's also the fact that so few people use it to check information they're told. We no longer have to take Uncle Bob's word for something. We can check and find out why. Yeah, we have access to, what's the word I'm looking for? Moderating, like, means. Like, we could moderate and understand a lot more. We just don't. I mean, some people just don't. Yeah. Bip. That's gonna take forever to fill in. That rope and stuff that I made for the runes and stuff, that's gonna take forever to fill in. It's fine, but it will. Just like those will too. Ugh. Jesus, that was a loud message. My mum has just sent me something. Hold on. Just gonna pause my stream for a moment. Oh, it's a bird's nest. With a bird in it. Wild. Really wild. Holy shit. I did not expect to receive a message like that from my mother today. Look at this bird. Oh wow, it's a bird. I don't like the brown pants. I find it fascinating how quickly we went from you got demons in your blood to take this liquid that's 20% cocaine to okay Google, why does my knee hurt? Yeah, I mean it is a wild because it is a relatively quick with all things considered, a relatively quick jump. Like I agree, for sure. It is quite the jump. But it is also funny. It's just like we expanded in our knowledge so vastly that now we're, asking Chat GPT to write our essays for us and stuff like that. What the fuck is that? My brain trying to figure out things that I drew only moments ago. Yeah, I like that they've got like black gloves. It's cool. It's cool to make these kind of intimidating kind of figures. No, that scares me. In the future there will be doctors who graduated because of AI. Oh yeah, that's fucking terrifying. That, like, ugh. Deeply distrust that. Oh. Fix that. Ratchet's beautiful little blue clothing. That's not the right... Is that the right blue? That doesn't look like the right blue. It's too dark. Oh, I guess not. Maybe I don't know my own colors. Nope. I do know my colors. Was definitely wrong. It's always good to be, like, starting now. Every day we inch closer to idiocracy. We do. We get closer and closer. That's not where it is. There we go. I also realised I didn't draw Mucker's beard scruff in the last panel he was in, so I'm going to have to go back and do that. That's fine though. I'll do that later. I'll fill in the rest in a bit. How am I going for time? I'm pretty good. I got about 30 minutes before I should pop off. That's the basic rundown. I want to give this guy... Oh, I didn't draw shadows on that one either. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll fix that. I'm going to give him... His sash is going to be purple. Because why not? It adds... Ooh, actually that color really works. Like, that's a really nice color for this character's overall composition. I'm happy with that. This character is super cool. As decided by me. As declared by me, Greymass, this character, be cool. And then I need... Yeah, cool. That's the color I wanted too. For the sky? Yes. There you go. Just getting excited about the various colors I'm using for things. How's that color? Ugh. Not good. Looks like turf, and I dislike that. What I've gone for is slightly better. I almost feel like it needs to just be darkened. Yep, that's good. That's a good color. It's a bit soft, but the right kind of a bit soft. And now we need like a mossy green, maybe just a little bit more saturated, maybe a bit less saturated. Maybe even more saturated. Maybe a little bit more vibrant. There we go. Oh, maybe a little bit more this color. That's closer. Maybe a bit more, yeah, a bit more yellow. Just chuck a bit more yellow into it. And these have to be like an almost saturated out red. Maybe a bit more color. They're essentially pink. I mean, they are pink, but they look like a faded red. Yay. Because you want something that catches the eye. I suppose I'm about to add like autumn colors all around it. There's a thought for a great filter, maybe an over-reliance on technology wherein civilizations don't actually die but stagnate and eventually devolve technology-wise, or even more scary is they start to devolve and something natural wipes virus, famine, etc. them out because they have regressed to the point where they can't combat it. Yeah, that would be like terrifying but fascinating all the same. I agree. I do agree. Are you familiar with the Great Filter? I do not. I do not. Wow. I am not. I do not. We'll make this a green. And because I want just a pink. I like the idea of a pink autumny leaf, you know? Almost a cherry blossom, but kinda not. Do you know Fermi paradox? I do not. I also do not know. It is not familiar to me. even do this, but then what's this? Ugh, yuck. That makes it seem quite bare, so. It's fine. I'll fix it in the sketch layer. I mean the shadows layer. Just trying to find where to start. Do you know the Drake equation? I do not. Start at the beginning. I say start at the beginning, but where would one truly start with something, a concept so big? Yep, beginning it is, yeah. Yeah. The best port of call, I would say. Hmm. Ooh. There you go. A lot of the very basic colors are in. It looks cool. Like the color palette is wild, but very cool. And it'll give me an idea of what to fill in later. Or again. Ugh. But I do definitely feel like it'll be time to pop off soon. So the Drake equation is a mathematical formula to determine the probability of alien life existing. It can be used to mathematically prove that other life exists in the universe. Okay. You got me understanding so far. Using it, there should be around 22 civilizations that at our tech level or higher. Okay, right. Uh, the Fermi paradox asks, where is everyone? Okay. Okay, that's what that is. Alright, I'm with you so far. I'm with you so far. If there are 22 other species at our level or higher, then we should have some proof by now. Right, okay. Yeah, in theory, that makes perfect sense. The great filter is the hypothetical thing that killed off the other 22. Ah, okay. Gonna focus on this guy. So far, humanity has passed anywhere between 10 and 30 great filters, things that could kill life reaching our level. Right. That makes sense. I mean, terrifying, but makes sense. So the great filter I was referring to is the next one. What if it is an over-reliance on technology to the point where we can no longer improve it and eventually can't repair it? Right. Yeah, that makes sense. That is a terrifying thought. Fascinating, but terrifying at the same time. Ah, my eye. Yeah, that's cool. It's a cool looking piece. That's where they're wiped out by natural things. Oh, causing us to slip backwards. Like imagine COVID 2.0, where we can't implement medical tests and treatment, but we can still travel. Oh shit, yeah. That's where whether wiped out by natural things. Yeah, right. Damn, that is. I mean, it's definitely a possibility, isn't it? In this world, we have a strong reliance on technology. So the idea isn't too far removed that the dependency on said technology could be our very undoing. Welcome to a brief glimpse inside my head. I hate it here. I mean, it's one of the things, being highly intelligent usually leads to, like, highly intelligent people are rarely not depressed, you know, in some capacity. Having knowledge of the world can be a very depressing and isolating thing. You know? This bag looks terrible. Let me fix it. Ugh, it still looks bad. Almost. Yeah, there we go. That's better. I'm happier with that. Oh yeah, I'm a firm believer that there is a hard cap on IQ, because once you get more and more depressed, the higher you go until you snap. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you never know. The Flynn effect is that naturally human education will, uh, well, uh, sorry, the Flynn effect, it basically states that with each generation, the expectation of ability grows and therefore the baseline intelligence raises, but with the nature of things, it's not, it's a fluctuating kind of scale. And in a sense, there surely would be a limit to human intelligence, or at the very least, broadly ranging human intelligence. I am thinking that I think I'm probably done for the day. Just looking at, I'm about to cross over into 7 hours. We'll stick around until we hit that 7 hour mark, but I think that's me. Made some good progress, and it's been a good day. It's been a real good day, so I got no issues with calling it here. I know tomorrow we'll have a big amount of work to do in terms of colouring in. Still going to have a fair amount to do and plenty of shadows and stuff like that to fill in. Ow. I am a firm believer that there is... Oh wait, I read that. I keep thinking, like, every time it always gets me. Like, I always think that there's something more to read and there's not. If I'm evidence that there's a hard cap on intelligence, then I mean, I'm fairly strong evidence that there's a hard cap on intelligence. For sure. My brain do be squishy sometimes. Wasn't taught that one kind of like Moore's law, but for people neat. Yeah, so the Flynn effect is essentially that with each generation, the average base intelligence is always higher, because, and not because people are smarter necessarily, but the expectation of intelligence and the demand for academic excellence is increased with each generation. So the average level of things taught is usually more difficult with each generation, because with each generation new things are learned and therefore new things are taught. 3.3 points per decade. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Which I think is fascinating, and as a student of statistics, it doesn't necessarily correlate to, like, each generation is more intelligent. It's a series of it's a statistical trend that builds over time. So it's almost like unmeasurable. It's so small at points. Like, it's such a small alteration at points. But it is fascinating to think about. Yeah. Gonna clean up just a little bit of this. And then we jump. We raid jump to a friend. Let me hit a quick save. Let me save. And we shall. Oh, let me move this mic. And hit my book stand. Everything's a lot like closer together now, so it's like it's cozy when I'm drawing. But if I move stuff, it can get in the way of other stuff because it is all so close together. Zid is on playing Diablo 4. Good a person as any, I think. Better, if anything. Zid. Let's do it. Zid. And I don't got an ad, or do I? No, I don't got an ad. So let's jump across. Let's start the raid. I'll be back on tomorrow for more drawing. But until then, I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Lovely having you as well. But until next time.